Rebel Roommate. Uncovered Book 1 by Lindsey R. Loucks. Chapter 1. Sam. Deliver to abandoned warehouse, 4 miles east of city, 5 p.m. sharp. Bring shovel. It was the last line of Hill's text that had made sweat drip down to my balls, not the roasting DC heat made worse by asphalt and rush hour car exhaust. My Chevy Impala had barely crawled forward 6 inches in the last 10 minutes. A glance at the dashboard clock showed 4:53. Yeah, I wasn't going to make it. But none of that mattered as much as his weird request. Why the hell would he need a shovel? Unless the shovel wasn't meant for him, but for me to dig my own grave. But I already did that when I was recruited to work for him. Recruited, blackmailed, same difference. The light ahead finally turned green. Maybe, just maybe, I might be able to creep along a whole 7 inches this time. 4:54. Shit. I cranked the dial on the radio, the speakers blaring a before-my-time Metallica song, and glanced in the rearview mirror. A crowbar and Hill's small, brown paper-wrapped package sat on the back seat. A crowbar, not a shovel, because my day job didn't have one. I probably should have put everything in a slightly less obvious spot. But since I was such a dutiful blackmailee, I'd really tried to be on time. In my rush to get out of work early, I hadn't exactly thought things through. If Hill had a problem with it, maybe he should have sent me the text this morning instead of late afternoon. The car ahead pulled forward. As I touched the gas, a perky ass to my right made me do a double take. It stuck up in the air like some kind of supernaturally rounded homing beacon. The woman the ass belonged to stood in the middle of a crowded sidewalk with 3 bags of luggage surrounding her. She bent over each one, fiddling with the zippers, while her white shorts rode higher on tan, shapely legs. Damn. There was no chance I was the only guy checking her out. Or female. Hell, the shrubbery probably wanted to bang her. She clearly had no idea she was putting on a show for the length of Virginia Avenue since her hands moved in a panicked rush. She must have been looking for something. Hopefully not a longer pair of shorts. She straightened, ran a quick hand through her long, dark hair, and turned slightly to gather all her luggage. Brown eyes crashed into mine for an instant, but it was long enough to wreck me from the inside out. I knew her, had known her since I was a kid. Paige Sullivan. Paige fucking Sullivan. The star of my childhood fantasies, the girl who'd given me my first boner just by hugging me when I was 11. The girl. I would know those intelligent eyes, those pouty lips, and that half-Latina honey gold skin anywhere. So was she coming or going? My mind took a wicked left turn. I imagined myself standing behind her, her ass in the air while I screwed her thoroughly, minus the soccer moms pushing baby strollers past and all the other spectators. She was definitely coming. The thought made my cock twitch. I winced on a groan. Not only did my dick hurt, but putting any kind of expression on my face did too. Before I'd left work, Barnaby, or Barn for short because he's built like one, decided to smash his fist into my eye because he thought it would be a good way to warn me against checking out his girlfriend. The girl had more 5 o'clock shadow than I did, but because hitting on the opposite sex felt more natural than faking sick to get out of work early, I'd flirted, and Barn had attacked with both arms swinging. Not my best idea ever, but my boss had sent us both home early from the car shop. Paige leaned one bag against the bars of her rolling luggage, shouldered the other, and with a frustrated swing of her hair, she stomped down the sidewalk toward the front door of the public library. I suddenly had the urge to read a book. 4:56. 2 minutes just to talk to her. That was all I needed. Besides, what if this was my only chance to see her? I could show up to the warehouse 2 minutes later and use traffic as an excuse since it was the truth. Mostly. But knowing Hill, he would probably string me up by my balls even if I did make it by 5. And if I didn't, well, I was dead either way. Might as well have some fun beforehand. But should I go after her? I tapped the steering wheel, my car still moving at a crawl, and stared in the direction Paige had disappeared. The light ahead turned yellow. I wasn't even close to the intersection. Fuck it. I swerved into the right turning lane to the tune of several honking horns and pulled into the library's parking lot. After a quick check of the bruises and cuts on my face in the rearview mirror, I decided to hide most of the damage behind a pair of mirrored sunglasses so I wouldn't freak Paige out. I left the crowbar where it was, but deposited Hill's package in the glove compartment before heading toward the large building. Hill would probably make me regret this whole thinking with my dick thing, but it wouldn't be the first time it had gotten me in trouble. The library's air conditioner blasted over my skin. I breathed in the slightly musty smell of paper and sweat. Several yards ahead, Paige rounded the corner past the security officer who eyed me warily. I gave the guy a tip of my chin in acknowledgement, then followed Paige past the busy front desk. She acted like she knew exactly where she was headed, and knowing Paige, it was probably some book-related emergency. When she wasn't starring in my childhood wet dreams or palling around with my older brother, all she did was read. Constantly. That's how I'd first found her, sitting on our front porch steps, her full lips tilted into a frown, a book glued to her hand. I'd been speechless then, a total goner. When she was 16, she moved out of D.C. to Kansas, of all places, and my favorite sexy book girl was gone for good. Until now, 7 years later. And I had no idea what to say to her. Hi, remember me? I'm Sam Cleary. Hey, it's Sam Cleary from back in the day. Thank you for never calling me by that annoying nickname, by the way. Hey baby, I've got your hardcover right here. No, and hell no. The wheels of her luggage rolled silently behind a shelf of books near the back wall, but I kept my stroll at a leisurely pace. And then there she was, standing in the middle of the aisle in front of a section of battered paperbacks, her mouth slanting into that same adorable frown while she scanned them. I jerked to a stop and pretended fascination with the books at the end of the aisle, suddenly feeling like a creeper sneaking after her like this. Anything that fell out of my mouth would sound too wannabe stalker, but if I acted like just some guy in the library, a stranger with a book fetish, then maybe our mutual interest would put her at ease. I'd share my real identity like some kind of superhero when I was sure I wouldn't send her screaming out of the... Wait a second. I tipped several books out of their spaces. An awful lot of these books had half-naked men on their covers. Fuck, was I in the romance section? A throaty laugh to my right snapped me out of my horror.
You don't look like a men in kilts type of guy,
she said.
No offense.
Yeah, none taken. I think I'm in the wrong section. I nodded and slid her a grin I knew from experience would liquefy women's panties. Judging from the blush brightening her cheeks, mission accomplished. What I wouldn't give to slide my fingers over her heated skin, feel the give of those plump lips, then track lower to see just how wet I'd made her. Right here in the romance section. Fuck those men in kilts.
So what are you looking for?
She asked, her gaze directed everywhere but me. You, I wanted to say since it was the truth. Instead, I said, automotive. I'm a mechanic. Also the truth. She nodded.
Instead of taking a left after the circulation desk, you should have taken a right. Automotive is in the 600s.
Thanks, I said, and didn't even pretend to move in that direction. She seemed to notice I was perfectly comfy right there, taking all of her in, and her eyebrows drew together as if I'd just given her an uncrackable riddle.
You're a reader?
God, no. She went back to scanning the paperbacks, as if she was dismissing me for more important things. Okay, no more truth, since that wasn't exactly what a hot book addict wanted to hear. All I usually needed to do was eye fuck a girl until she was begging to ride me, which was hard to do behind sunglasses. But Paige wasn't the type of girl I normally hung out with. She was smarter, better, always had been. Maybe it was the heat outside or the library's Arctic air conditioning, but my mouth felt like I just swallowed the desert. I ran my tongue over my bottom lip. My whole body clenched while Paige's eyes tracked the movement. She traced a slow finger over several books on a shelf, her gaze never leaving my mouth, and there was something so sexual about the way she caressed them. I nearly choked. I mean, sometimes I read... Wow. Not much better at all, asshole. Her dark eyes searched my face, a playful glint inside them.
You just like to look?
She asked. Her voice held a note of playfulness that cracked a grin across my face. She was playing with me like some kind of sparkly toy, and I liked it. I do like to look,
I can see that.
she said with a lifted eyebrow. What was I supposed to look at? The books? I waved an arm at her luggage. Do you always bring your luggage to the library? She glanced at me coolly.
Not always.
I see, I said, leaning against the shelves with my arms crossed. I let my gaze roam over her while she stretched on tiptoe for a book. God forbid I offer to help since the view was just fine from here. Let me guess, your house burned down, and the suitcases and their contents are what's left.
Not even close.
She said, shaking her head.
And how would I have time to pack if my house burned down?
Fair point. I didn't care how stupid my theories were. As long as Paige was acknowledging my existence, I would say whatever jumped into my head first. Well, almost whatever. You have insider information that the zombie apocalypse starts today, and you wanted to be prepared. There was that sexy, throaty laugh again, so different from the giggly girls I knew.
The only zombie apocalypse preparedness I know is to collect bubble wrap.
She said. I frowned. What?
It's a natural alarm. If you put sheets of it around you while you're sleeping, the popping noise will wake you if all the moaning doesn't.
She looked at me again with a smile that completely disarmed me. I thought I'd committed that smile to memory, but it was so much better in person. Now it came from a woman instead of the girl I used to know. A curvier woman with a reddish color painted on her plump lips that didn't used to be there. Makeup, but that was the only sign of it I saw, which was another difference between her and my usual fuck buddies. She was so damn gorgeous, made even more so since it didn't seem to matter to her. Well, goddamn, that's a great idea. I knew a thing or two about zombie apocalypse preparedness, and I never once considered bubble wrap. It made me want to lick her brain, as well as every other part of her, in a completely sexual, non-zombie way. She went back to scanning the shelves.
Not every idea I have is a great one.
I had no clue what she meant by that. I moved closer, but not too close, careful not to scare her away. It had been so long since I'd had to give chase. I had to admit I was a bit rusty at it. You're not homeless, are you?
Graduate student, so almost.
She said.
I'm here for an internship, and I'm on my way to my friend's house.
An internship, huh?
At another library.
Her whole face brightened with excitement.
I'm kind of a fan of books.
She lovingly stroked the book's spines, her gaze locked on mine, and then grinned.
I'm probably boring you to death, aren't I?
Not really, no. In fact, she was the exact opposite of boring. I would gladly plant my feet right here to listen to her talk about books just to be near her. She nodded, her mouth twisted to the side, like she was considering if she believed me or not.
Do you always come to libraries to hit on women?
I held up my hands, faking innocence. Hey, I'm just looking for an automotive book.
In the romance section.
Because you keep talking about internships and books. If I wasn't here, you'd be talking to yourself, I said, then leaned in and lowered my voice. And then people would really start to wonder about you. See, I'm doing you a favor. She threw her head back with a laugh, then shushed herself with a palm over her mouth. The overhead lights sparkled her eyes. Warmth I hadn't felt in a long time filled my insides. Damn. Her laughter could be completely addicting.
Well, I guess I should say thanks for making me not look like a crazy person,
she said. Anytime.
Do you think you could do me one more favor and help me get a book from the top shelf?
She asked.
Height deficiency is a book nerd's worst nightmare.
With slow, deliberate steps, I stalked toward her. Hunger darkened her eyes as she watched me draw closer. She parted her full lips to dart her tongue over them. My jeans tightened almost painfully around my crotch. She wanted me, and I wanted to take her right here with paperbacks falling all around us. Maybe that was one of her sexual fantasies, to have someone fuck her senseless in a library, because she backed into the shelf instead of moving out of the way. She stared up at me, her lips glistening, her chest pressing against mine with every inhale. She stood so close, she had to feel the heat radiating from my cock. "Which one?" I asked through clenched teeth.
Have your way with me?
She said, and swallowed. Red burned across her cheeks to the tips of her ears. I closed my eyes as her breaths, which grew faster, harder, brushed past my chin. God, she smelled amazing. Like spicy candy. Wait, what? Her words suddenly unscrambled themselves inside my brain. Was that an order? She wanted me to have my way with her? Well, if she insisted...
By Lisa Montgomery?
She finished with a naughty little grin. Sweet Jesus, she was playing with me again. Have your way with me, I repeated into her ear and felt her shudder against me. I could play her game too. I scanned the titles, barely able to register anything but her, and plucked what I thought was the right book from the shelf. When my gaze met hers again, the small distance between our lips made both my heads pound with need. Her tongue shot out to lick her lips while she stared straight ahead at my chest. My conscience, who always played dead in these types of situations, stopped me from diving into her and taking her right here in the men in kilts section. She didn't know who I really was. That I was Sam Cleary, little brother to the man both our families thought she would eventually marry. First semester college dropout, womanizer, and despite my best efforts, a bad guy. I was a loser compared to Paige. I didn't even deserve to breathe the same air as her. Yet here I stood, seconds away from kissing the one girl I'd crushed on since childhood.
Take off your sunglasses so I can see you,
she said. I held the book out for her to take. No. As she took it, her fingers brushed mine.
Then tell me your name.
When I didn't say anything, she placed a hand against my chest and pushed.
Then I guess this is goodbye, stranger. Thanks for the book.
I pressed myself in so she couldn't escape. A little too close. So close her lips almost touched mine. Wait, Paige. Her mouth parted, but then her body stiffened. Her eyes searched my face incredulously.
I never gave you my name.
Excuse me.
An irritated voice at the other end of the aisle said, Shit. And double shit. I tore my gaze away from Paige's probing stare to see a stereotypical librarian glaring at us, bun, cardigan, pissed-off expression, and all.
This is a library, not a brothel,
she warned.
Have some respect for yourselves and our patrons, please, and keep all body parts to yourselves.
Sorry. I offered her a crooked grin, but it wavered when I glanced back at Paige and her flaming red face. We'll go somewhere else. Yeah, probably not.
See that you do.
The librarian sniffed and walked on. Without a word, Paige wriggled out of my arms, collected her bags, and ran out of my life. I stared after her a split second before I followed, but it was a second too late. The security guard stepped between her and me. Don't worry, I said, and plowed maybe a little too roughly around him. I'm leaving. The guard locked thick fingers around my arm in a death grip.
I'll show you the door in case you get lost.
Several yards away, Paige sped around a corner in the opposite direction of the door. I needed to find her, explain to her who I was. My girlfriend, I said, pointing. Right, I wished.
She'll meet up with you outside, this way.
I could have shaken him loose and gone searching for Paige, but I didn't see the point in raising more commotion. She would come out eventually, then we could talk. When we were outside, the guard said,
Have a nice day,
and shoved me toward the concrete steps. Point taken. I drifted toward the parking lot while keeping my gaze on the doors behind me. I'd scared her. I should have told her who I was right from the start. I strode to my car to wait for her, the summer sun quickly melting all traces of the library's air conditioning on my skin. Stifling heat rolled out from the open door of my Chevy in waves. The seat's leather burned my back and ass. As soon as I keyed the ignition to crank the air, the back passenger door flew open, then slammed closed. A flash of steel. Something clicked. A gun, attached to Hill himself, who now sat behind me. I froze, one hand on the ignition, the other on the steering wheel, so he could see I was unarmed, except for the crowbar in the back seat next to him, which wouldn't do me any good now. Whatever happened, I was pretty sure it wouldn't end well.
You don't seem the scholarly type, Sam, so imagine my surprise when I followed you here.
His voice was soft and low and never failed to wig me out. It somehow reminded me of slimy worms wriggling up his throat. You were following me?
To see how serious you are about paying off your debt.
I ground my teeth together. It's not my debt I'm paying off.
It is now.
He sat back, the leather seats creaking slightly under his weight. The guy was a skeleton. Life had withered him away to wrinkled skin and bone. The white gloves he always wore with his suit jacket had never seen so much as a stain. He looked ready for a fancy dinner, but even in the 90-plus degree heat inside the car, he hadn't broken a sweat. I was sweating enough for the both of us. I was on my way to the warehouse, got caught in traffic, I said, and dropped my hands into my lap. Shit happens. I tried to be there.
Yes, you did try, just not very hard.
I'm sorry. I hoped it sounded like I meant it. When Hill didn't say anything, I glanced in the rearview mirror at him with a hard swallow. But my throat clamped shut at what else appeared there. Paige, her luggage in tow, 5 yards away on a direct path toward my car. Oh shit, no. Even if she didn't know who I was, she couldn't see what was happening here, whatever was happening here. Was Hill going to take me out in the parking lot of the public library?
Sam?
Hill asked. What? I couldn't tear my gaze away from Paige, drawing closer, still set on this exact direction. 15 feet. Turn, baby. Turn.
Surely this isn't the shovel I asked you to bring.
Hill said, his voice soft, menacing. Before I realized what he was talking about, he mashed one end of the crowbar into my hand wrapped around the steering wheel. Pain shot through me. I threw back my head to howl, but I couldn't. I wouldn't do it. Because around the agonizing red flashes that blasted behind my closed eyes at every dig, there was the unmistakable roll of luggage. Paige's luggage. Coming louder. 10 feet away.
Do you know how much pressure it takes to break our fragile bones? Only 25 pounds. That's not much at all, is it?
I'll do better next time, promise. I forced open my eyes to stare straight ahead as Paige and her luggage drew nearer. 6 feet. Don't look inside the car. Just walk on. I crushed my teeth together to keep the pain from showing up all over my face.
Where's the package, Sam?
Hill hissed. Movement to the left. A blur of white shorts and honey skin I'd had the pleasure of sightseeing just minutes ago. She didn't slow, marched right past with her head held high. I swallowed back my relief. It was short-lived anyway with Hill's next growl.
The money, Sam.
Glove compartment. It's in the glove compartment. In front of the car, Paige turned her head in our direction and squinted into the setting sun. She might have heard us, but hopefully the glare would prevent her from seeing anything. The pain in my hand was starting to lessen. I wasn't so sure that was a good thing. The stink of my own blood inside the heated car rolled my stomach. Sweat trickled into my eyes. Go, Paige.
So predictable.
Hill took the crowbar from my hand, then leaned between the seats to open the glove compartment.
You didn't think to secure it better before your jaunt into the library? Maybe I need to start adding interest to the debt that's owed me, so you'll take better care of what's mine. Or maybe we need to end our little arrangement, and I'll just turn over all the photos.
We made a deal. I tore my gaze from Paige to stare him down, and interest wasn't part of it.
Neither was missing our appointment.
Paige turned back around and disappeared behind a van. I'll do better next time, I said again, unable to keep the relief out of my voice.
See that you do.
He dislodged the crowbar from between my knuckles. I fell back in my seat and groaned. Blood leaked from my hand in sticky, nauseating pools that soaked through my jeans. Oh, how I wanted to kill him. Then there would be no more Hill, no more hell for the part of my family I cared about most, no more hidden secrets. Hill dropped another package into the front passenger seat, this one wrapped in plastic and smaller than the one he'd taken, and readjusted his dinner jacket.
You'll make the delivery tonight at a yellow house. Give it to Slim and no one else.
He rattled off an address that I committed to memory around the haze of pain. I nodded my understanding. Then, with his white, spotless gloves, he slithered out of the car, only to lean back in seconds later.
Let's behave ourselves, shall we, Sam? Because when I add interest to debts, I usually take a few fingers too.
Chapter 2. Paige. What in the actual hell? I was pretty sure that when I'd stepped back in time to the city streets where I grew up, the molecules in my body had merged with someone else's, someone much more daring and flirtatious than I ever was. That was not me in the public library back there, caged between a stranger's well-muscled arms and a shelf of Lisa Montgomery paperbacks. Well, I wished he would just kiss me already. But holy shit. It had been hot. He had been hot, with his mirrored sunglasses and the way his just-woke-up sandy brown hair fell over them, that stubble along his chin that had lightly scraped against my cheek when I turned my head, and the way he kept looking at me. Even with those sunglasses hiding most of his face, the power of his gaze slid up and down my body like an actual caress. I could still feel it, and it pulsed a hum between my legs that refused to go away. And he knew my name. How could it be that he was a stranger to me, but I wasn't to him? Did I know him from somewhere? Surely I would remember meeting a stud who looked like they'd just strutted out of Lick Me, I'm Gorgeous magazine. Between the enigma that was him and the DC heat on a late May afternoon, my brain was thoroughly scrambled. I'd forgotten what this kind of sweltering heat felt like. Humidity swelled the air so thick I could hardly breathe. I needed something to take my mind off everything so I could get to my destination without accidentally flinging myself into traffic. Something like my best friend Kay. Somehow, while towing all my luggage, I pulled my phone from my pocket without missing a step.
Hello? Paige? Aaron, take Mommy's bra off your head and the stilettos out of your mouth.
Kay warned her 2-year-old.
I swear my son loves my clothes more than I do. Can cross-dressing begin this early?
Try not to judge, I said between pants. It'll just confuse him. She sighed.
Maybe it's just a phase.
Or it could be, because he's 2, and your clothes smell and taste like you.
Ugh, you're right. Are you there already? Why are you breathing hard?
I could confess one cause without giving her any reason to believe there was a second, much hotter, sexier cause. I'm walking to Riley's.
Are there no cabs in DC?
It's only 4 blocks. Maybe I should have rethought my strategy, though. Nothing says, thank you for letting me stay with you for 6 weeks like a good whiff of rank body odor. But I'd walked these tree-lined streets as a child, and a part of me wanted to relive those carefree days. Plus, the whole notion of time travel and mixed-up body molecules prompted the Doctor Who theme song to play through my head, and I didn't want to stop it.
Well, it's your funeral.
Thanks, Kay, I said dryly.
So, I'm thinking about hooking up with the cute handyman here for some male influence.
For you or Aaron?
Both of us, silly. Speaking of male influence, you didn't forget to pack the boss, did you?
A flush burned through my cheeks. A balding man tended to the flower bed around the mailbox just ahead, and I quickly looked away while trying to convince myself he couldn't have heard talk about my vibrator through my phone. I'd turned my speaker up loud so I could hear over my rolling luggage, but surely he couldn't hear too. He looked up and smiled, but that was all. No, I didn't forget, I hissed once I passed him. Kay laughed. She'd bought me the sex toy for my last birthday. Her current reading habits dictated her nicknames for them. For example, she'd named her handcuffs hog ties. We have different reading habits, so I didn't know the meaning behind that one, nor did I want to. But the boss was a nice companion. Okay. An explosive, try not to wake up the neighbor's companion.
Then again, maybe you won't need it since you're staying with Riley,
she said in a low, suggestive voice. Maybe. Riley Cleary was my childhood friend, and our families swore we'd be married one day. There was even a picture of us when we were about 5 with a dish rag veil on my head and a bouquet of dandelions in my hand. But I had no romantic interest in Riley. I never had, but especially now that my thoughts kept straying to the stranger who knew my name in the library. Hey, I'm almost there. Call you later,
Knock 'em dead, Sugar Plum,
she said, and ended the call. I paused at the street corner to unhook my stiff fingers from my luggage and flexed them to work out the kinks. Speaking of kinks, my neck felt like it had been contorted into a chocolate and vanilla twist cone. Oh, that sounded good right now. Nice and cold. I licked my lips while I rubbed at the crick in my neck, and that was how I was standing, on a street corner, rubbing and licking and dripping sweat all at the same time, when a red car booming loud bass turned the corner. Sometimes it amazed me how classy I could be. The dipping sun cast a glare on the windows, and the car thankfully rolled past without slowing. Good thing, too, since my hope for a successful career in prostitution ended after 2nd grade once I found out what they actually did for money. Plus, I didn't have exact change. I collected my luggage and set off once again. Riley lived in the 2nd house up the street, exactly where that red car was turning in. A friend of Riley's, maybe? As I drew closer, a man, half hidden behind the green canopy of trees and bushes, hopped out of his car and shot inside without knocking. A close friend, then. We would meet soon enough. I stared up at my childhood home away from home, a gleeful smile spreading all over my face. It stood 2 stories high with a fresh coat of white paint and gray shutters. Well-maintained bushes grew along the front, and a large tree in the middle of the yard provided lots of shade. In the backyard was a pool, which I'd practically lived in during summers. Riley's parents left him the house, or sold it to him or something, when his dad's political career became much more promising a few years back. My old house was across the street and 1 block up. I'd have to check it out later, post-shower. The front door was left wide open thanks to Riley's friend, and voices drifted from inside.
You could have told me.
A male voice said, faint enough so I could barely hear.
I only found out 2 days ago. She was going to stay with someone else, but a burst pipe turned her house into Niagara Falls.
That was Riley's voice, familiar only because I'd talked to him on the phone for the first time in close to 7 years a few days ago.
And that was 2 days you had to warn me about it. Jesus.
Slightly louder that time, and somehow familiar.
Calm down.
Riley said.
I don't know why you're freaking out about this since you're never here. She's staying. And what the hell happened to you? You're bleeding all over the place.
Well, this wasn't awkward at all. I knew this was an inconvenience, and guilt gnawed at me for putting Riley in this situation. 6 weeks of staying in his house was a long time, after all. But I didn't have any other affordable options. I tentatively stepped toward the open door, the roll of my luggage announcing my presence for me, and gasped as a blast of blessed air conditioning hit my body. The frigid temperature dried some of the sweat bucketing from my skin, and I melted into it.
Is there a librarian in the house?
Riley asked. I snapped my eyes open, and there he stood. He had grown taller, much taller, in the 7 years since I'd seen him, but his bright blue eyes and easy smile were the exact same. He wore a white button-down dress shirt with a few buttons opened at the top and a pair of dark slacks, typical after-work attire for a hotshot at one of the country's best political consulting firms, I supposed.
Paige?
he said, and before I could protest, he scooped me up in a hug. Sorry if I stink, I said, but pulled him in close anyway, because it was so good to see him again.
I've missed you too much to care.
Are you sure my being here won't be too much trouble? I asked, scanning the living room for the source of the other voice.
Of course not,
he said, pulling away. But the hard crinkle in the corner of his eyes said otherwise while he stared at the wall that separated the entryway from the kitchen. If I was forced to choose between inconveniencing my childhood friend and my dream internship at the Library of Congress, I would choose homelessness in a heartbeat. The LOC had steps to sleep on. I would be fine.
It's okay, Paige. Really,
he said, and smiled, clearing the doubt from his face. He waved me farther into the house, then tipped his chin toward the kitchen.
You remember Sam Ram? He lives here too, but just barely.
I shifted my gaze, and the first thing to catch my attention was a once blue-striped dish towel soaked in blood. The man who clenched it in his hands leaned against the wall next to the stainless steel refrigerator. His tight black t-shirt accentuated his broad shoulders and the corded muscles in his arms. As my gaze traveled upward, my stomach flipped over on itself. Facial scruff. Messy, sandy brown hair, but instead of flopping over a pair of sunglasses, it skimmed over a massive shiner on his right eye. And those eyes? They were a startling shade of baby blue that shocked the air from my lungs. The whole package was devastatingly familiar, likely because he'd had his body pressed against mine less than a half hour ago. So, that was Sam? As in, Riley's little brother Sam? The last time I'd seen him, he was maybe 10 or 11, and he'd been a little sweetie. He would offer to bring me lemonade by the pool, and he would tell me the best hiding places during a round of flashlight tag. He even volunteered to teach me badminton so I wouldn't suck so bad. So yes, I remembered him, and I doubted I would ever forget. Sam, I said, lowering my greeting into an accusation. He had known who I was because we'd grown up together, and he'd changed too much for me to realize it. He'd taken advantage of the situation, and of me too, though I sure had flirted right back. Riley's little brother. How embarrassing.
Paige.
He rumbled, and I felt the timbre of his voice deep inside me. I tried to ignore it, tried to ignore him, but the bloody dish towel was like a matador's red flag. What did you do? I asked, since he definitely hadn't been bleeding half an hour ago.
What?
He shrugged down at the dish towel, then pinned his gaze to mine once again. A small smile tilted his lips.
My hands get carried away sometimes.
Heat ignited over my skin. Was that some kind of a promise, or was he just stating a fact? Did he have his hands all over someone else and been attacked by a frothing mad boyfriend? Disgusting. Which pretty much summed up my feelings about myself for almost letting a public library display of affection happen between us. I had been so close to kissing him. I quickly shifted my gaze away. So, Riley, I said, then cleared my throat. Tell me everything that's happened to you over the last 7 years. Riley chuckled.
First things first. Do you need anything? Beer? Water?
No, I'm good, I said. But I'm in desperate need of a shower.
Right this way, my dear.
I gave Sam my back as I followed Riley out of the kitchen, but the force of his gaze behind me felt like a sensual touch. I almost glanced over my shoulder, just to see what he might be thinking. But I refused to give someone like him any more of my attention. He'd had plenty, and if I was going to be living with him for 6 weeks, then I needed to learn how to control my molecules.
You'll be in my parents' old room so you can have your own bathroom,
Riley said, breathing hard as he climbed the stairs with my bulky luggage.
What do you have in these anyway? Bricks?
Books, in one of them anyway. I plan to do some reading this summer. A lot, actually. Graduate school had been killer on my to-be-read list.
Good to see nothing has changed.
he said, his voice teasing. In a lot of ways, he was right. He still had the same cute butt that all the girls at school had talked about in barely contained whispers when he passed them. For me, he was always the brother I never had, though, not some pretty boy to drool over. Which was why I averted my gaze from his butt.
But you know, I hear they make these things called
He started, then groaned and heaved up the last step.
ebooks now. You should really look into it.
Oh, I have an e-reader. It's in there too, I said.
Of course it is.
He muttered. At the top of the stairs, Riley pushed into a large bedroom on the left and set my luggage down. Inside, 3 tall windows lit the cream-colored carpet with bright square patterns. A queen-sized bed covered in red pillows of all shapes and sizes took up half of the floor space. On the opposite wall stood a large, dark oak dresser, and next to it, another door opened into a massive bathroom with both a whirlpool tub and a shower. Holy hell. This was not how I remembered this room. I whistled. You better be careful, Cleary, or you'll have a hard time getting rid of me. He laughed, and though it was deeper than 7 years ago, the rhythm of it still sounded the same.
Mom and Dad remodeled before they moved to Alexandria into something more presidential hopeful, as Mom calls it. They said to tell you hi.
Sergeant Maxwell Cleary was expected to announce his bid for presidency any day now, according to Riley, since he'd been turning heads across the political spectrum with his stunning military career and his effectiveness as a senator. To me, he'd always just been Max, with his quiet, calm demeanor and a barbecue spatula permanently glued to his hand. Maybe it was because he always made me the juiciest hot dogs I had ever eaten, but I thought he made a great senator and would probably make a great president. Tell them hi back for me. When is your dad going to throw his hat in the ring, so to speak? The same crinkle I'd seen downstairs hardened the corners of Riley's eyes. He scrubbed it away with a hand over his face and a sharp nod.
Soon. I can tell you all about the statistics I have on proper presidential bid timing, but you'll probably be begging me to stop in 5 minutes. Remember those days I bored you into a coma by telling you all about baseball camp? You pretended you were listening when really you were reading underneath the table.
I gasped, faking innocence. I was listening. A smile curved his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I remember correctly, you whipped out your book too and caught up with me so we could dissect Voldemort's childhood with charts and maps.
Good old Voldy. Those were the days, huh?
I laughed at our shared pet name for the Harry Potter villain. Do you still read a lot?
Sadly, no. I work too much, which means you're going to be bored stiff here all alone for the next 6 weeks.
My ears perked up at the sound of running water downstairs. What had made Sam bleed so much in the few disorienting moments since the library? Should we be worried about Sam and all that blood? I asked.
He's not a kid anymore. He can take care of himself.
Of course he can. And why wouldn't he be able to? So, I didn't need to know this, shouldn't want to know. He lives here. You didn't say so on the phone.
He lives here in theory, but he's never here.
Riley shook his head and sighed.
He's a mess, is what he is.
Yeah, he's not like the Sam I remember. Now he had long fingers that had stoked a fire in my lower belly hot enough to melt steel just by handing me a paperback. I flushed at the memory. The man, once a sweet, innocent boy, had some serious know-how in the turning women on department that had little to do with actual touches and a lot to do with experience. Yet another reason I should feel disgusted by him and the series of women he must have practiced on. He was a mistake waiting to happen, and I'd already had my share of mistakes, which was part of why I dropped out of existence after moving to Kansas and needed therapy with Dr. Morrison. Besides, Sam couldn't do anything for me. I couldn't do for myself. I hadn't come here for some random hookup. I was here to better my library career, continue with my carefully crafted life. Nothing else. Riley glanced behind him to the hallway and ran a hand through his short brown hair.
He always has work and parties, so he shouldn't be much bother to you.
Good. Outstanding. Was it a party that gave him the black eye? I asked.
Who knows?
He said, rolling his eyes at the ceiling.
Mom and Dad are too busy to do much about him, and they don't know half the things he does anyway. He's a walking time bomb, and I don't have time to babysit him, even though it could cost Dad the presidency.
Can't Rose talk some sense into him? At the mention of the youngest Cleary, all the irritation on Riley's face washed away into a blank stare. I knew Riley's expressions too well, but this was not one of them. It was too practiced, too rehearsed.
She's at a private school in Virginia,
he said in a monotone that matched the emptiness on his face. That didn't answer my question at all. Rose had been a dreamer, perfectly content watching the clouds drift by, while her lopsided pigtails that looked like warmed honey streamed out on the grass above her head. She was adorable and just as innocent as Sam had been. So why the robotic evasiveness? Riley cleared his throat and hefted one of my suitcases onto the bed.
Is it still Christopher Pike and R.L. Stine?
No. My reading tastes have matured some. I smiled down at the suitcase, my fingers itching to gently open the books and give them a good long sniff. I've moved on to books with half-naked men on the covers who carry a loaded weapon, sometimes wearing a kilt, sometimes not. He slid me a playful grin.
So, book porn?
I smacked him lightly in the ribs, laughing, and it didn't go unnoticed that my hand had just bounced back from a solid wall of muscle. Between his busy schedule, he must work out. A lot. No, I said. Romantic suspense. And yes, there is a difference. And don't judge because I know all about disposing bodies so they'll never be found. Riley stepped closer into the sunlight and held up his hands in defeat. The rays threw sharper angles onto his face and highlighted the faint whiskers along his jaw. He'd grown up to be handsome, just like his dad. But even when I was surrounded by the gushing girls at school, I always wondered why I wasn't attracted to him the same way they were. He was a catch, sure, but he didn't inspire a searing ache like no one.
No judging, Sullivan,
Riley said, then folded me into another hug. He felt good, cool, and warm at the same time, and smelled like lemony wood and coffee.
It's too good to see you again to be judgmental,
he said, his breath sliding across my temple. It's good to see you too. He squeezed harder, sliding his hands farther down, and pressed a lingering kiss to my hairline. I frowned at the show of affection. Our friendship had never gone past simple elbow jabs and kicking feet underneath the dinner table. This felt peculiar, like we were crossing a straight, orderly line that I was perfectly content to stand behind. Someone cleared their throat loudly in the doorway. I tried to pull away from Riley, but he held fast. His eyes narrowed and aimed over my shoulder. The air sizzled with thick silence and a tension that skittered up my back. With my palms against Riley's chest, I pushed myself away and turned to see Sam, whose bright blue gaze knifed into Riley. Sam ticked his eyes at me for a second, a tortured grimace rolling across his bruised face, before returning to Riley again. A deep, ugly cut slashed across the knuckles of his right hand, but he didn't seem to notice it when he balled his fingers into a fist.
I'm leaving,
Sam said, his voice more composed than the rest of him. Then he turned and disappeared down the stairs. I blinked after him, my mind roiling with constant replays of his single glance at me. He'd seemed hurt somehow, but not in the physical sense. Surely he wasn't jealous of Riley and his hand-roaming hug. Was he? With my finger pointed at the empty doorway, I turned to Riley. What was all that about?
No idea,
he said, and rubbed his hands together, seeming to dismiss the whole thing.
So what do you want to do tonight? Go to a club? A movie? We can do anything you want, and we've got 6 weeks to do it all in.
I smiled at his enthusiasm. Food? I'm kind of a fan.
Food first. Works for me.
Shower first because I can't go anywhere smelling like this. I must smell like sweaty goat.
If I agreed with you, would you dispose of my body somewhere where someone could find it within a few days at least?
I shrugged. Doubtful.
At least you're honest.
He said, grinning.
No reading your book porn in the shower, okay?
With a loud snort, I shooed him out of his parents' room. After the best shower of my life and smelling much less goat-like, I padded downstairs in my bare feet, my strappy sandals swinging at my side. I had no idea where we were going to eat, but I'd dressed myself in a casual black dress that skimmed my thighs, and I wore my long hair down so it waved in soft curls around my shoulders. One last glance in the mirror had assured me I looked well organized, like book spines all lined up in a tidy row. Yes, I might have had some obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Riley stood in the living room with his cell pressed to his ear, his mouth pinched tight.
I left it on my desk. Are you even looking at my desk?
Uh-oh. I leaned against the hallway wall to put my sandals on while trying to appear like I wasn't eavesdropping. The latter was easier than the former.
Fine. I'll be there in 10.
Riley ended the call, then held the phone in a tight fist, like he was seriously considering whether to throw it or not. Trouble? I asked. He gave me a slow once-over, and his mouth dropped open as his gaze snagged on all my curves, of which I had more than a few. My Puerto Rican mom passed down a certain plumpness to various parts of my body, parts Riley had never seen before, let alone seen squeezed into a little black dress. Under his heated stare, I suddenly had the urge to cover up, even with the scorching sun outside the window that hadn't yet ended its plunge into twilight. Why couldn't it be like we were kids again, so easy and carefree?
You look incredible.
He walked toward me and then trailed his fingertips down my bare arms, tracking the movement with his eyes.
But I have to go to my office. My assistant can't find the report she needs for Dad, and he's flying out to Dallas first thing tomorrow.
We'll just eat after then, I said. No problem. Riley sighed and took his suit jacket from the back of the couch.
I mean, we'll have to stay there and redo the report. My assistant said her computer crashed, so if she can't find the report, we'll have to redo the entire thing.
That's terrible, I said, and failed to keep the note of disappointment from my voice.
We'll catch up another time, okay? There's plenty of food in the fridge. Help yourself to anything you need. I'll be back later.
He shrugged into his jacket, then dropped a kiss on my head.
I'm really sorry.
Don't be. It's your work, I said.
I'm really sorry.
He said again. Frowning, he walked out. I sagged against the closed door to fight with the straps on my sandals so I could take them off. All dressed up with no place to go. I allowed myself a full 30 seconds of a pity party, complete with anguished violin music screeching through my head before I trudged back upstairs to change. Do I know how to empty a house or what?
Chapter 3. Sam.
I had to fire my cousin today because he's going places.
My friend Tony said, squinting at the road ahead.
Not to college, but other would-you-like fries with that places.
Sucks. I swallowed my sigh along with a fiery dose of tequila and rolled my gaze out the open passenger window. On any other day, I would be more sympathetic, but today had turned into an avalanche of shit. And I wasn't even counting Hill and his sudden obsession with my fingers. My mind, the prickly bastard that it was, kept flashing to my brother's hands creeping down Paige's back to just above her ass when they'd hugged. It probably had felt innocent enough to her, but she hadn't seen the look in his eyes. A hunger that promised he would use her, then cast her off harshly for therapy bait like the dozens of others. But to do that to Paige, I guess I should have known Riley could stoop so low. I hoped she was smart enough to see it coming if he tried. Still, I couldn't shake that image of them, what they could be doing right now. if for whatever reason Paige didn't see that he was looking at her like a sexual object. But Paige was so much more than that. Funny, since I was the guy who had wanted to strip her naked in a public library when she didn't even know who I was. This wasn't a case of like brother, though. Tony narrowed his eyes through an exhale of cigarette smoke.
Dude, relax, zen it out.
Easier said than done. I didn't have time anyway. We were almost at the house where Hill had so politely requested my presence. Turn right, I said, pointing. We're looking for a yellow house. Tony turned, squinting at the road ahead. Judging from the leap his cigarette made from relaxed to jutting straight out, I could tell he was about as thrilled as I was to be in this neighborhood after dark.
You sure about this?
He asked. No.
That makes me feel so much better,
Tony said. He would go with me, of course, since he knew all about the debt to Hill that wasn't mine, my family's extracurricular activities, why my right hand looked mummified in gauze. That was why I'd asked him, because I sure as hell wasn't going alone. He'd had my back since 8th grade during a particularly risky Dungeons & Dragons mission. Those were the good old days. The good, geeky, I didn't have a criminal record yet days. A loud bass beat drowned out the classic rock station in Tony's Buick and announced where a party was long before we saw it. Some girl stood in the doorway of a house, not a yellow one, shrieking and giving the full moon her middle finger. A built Asian was shoving a big black guy between two parked cars out into the street. Dozens of people stood around on the lawn, cans and bottles in their hands, winking in the glow of Tony's headlights in a sort of strobe-like warning that might as well have read, "Sorry, not sorry." My stomach curled at that particular hashtag, made the backs of my eyes burn, my pulse pound, so I attempted to scorch that memory from my mind with another tilt of the tequila bottle. There. Not gone, but thoroughly melted and dulled into something rubbery I could wedge into place at the back of my mind. Not that house, I said.
Good, because it looks like they started without us.
I hated parties like those, so out of control and unpredictable, and I was about to contribute to it, to break these people even more than some of them probably already were. Unless they got their drugs from someone other than Slim at the yellow house, which was 2 houses down from the party and the shrieking chick. While Tony pulled in next to the curb farther down the street, I took another blast of liquid courage and elbowed the package hidden inside my leather jacket. All I had to do was get in, toss Slim his drugs, get out. Alive. That would be really great. Except I had no idea who Slim was. This should be fun. We strode toward the house with purpose, the bass beat thumping a new, louder rhythm for my heart from the party down the street. Get in. Get out. The guilt I felt for ruining lives could eat me alive, slowly, afterward. This won't take long, I said more for myself than Tony.
Better not. Golden Girls starts at 11.
I glanced at him, not quite sure if he was fucking with me or not. The guy was a walking contradiction. He must have started lifting weights before I met him 6 years ago, because dude had always been built like a truck. Yet he wore a light blue t-shirt with 2 orange kittens licking at bowls of milk plastered on each of his pecs. No one ever gave him shit about that shirt either, or any of his cat shirts. One look at the size of his fists shut their mouths for good. Really? Golden Girls? But he didn't answer because the door to the yellow house opened. A massive Latino guy stood there with some lady practically wrapped around the side of his hip. She giggled and hiccuped at the ceiling. I'd seen that same glassy-eyed, lost expression in my baby sister while she tripped up the stairs at 4 a.m. It twisted me up just as much now as all those times. This girl was battling a demon I couldn't see, but I knew it by name. H, brown sugar, hell dust on the streets, otherwise known as heroin. The same thing that was hidden inside my jacket. The same thing that had nearly killed Rose. The big guy ushered us inside, then shoved the girl at me so he could frisk Tony.
You can't see me because I have clear corners,
the girl said to me. I faced her toward a red couch in the corner of a living room with 2 bottle blondes sitting on it, so she'd focus on something other than the war inside her. Her pale skin felt cold and slicked with sweat, yet somehow hot at the same time. I hated how it felt, how it was like a punch to the gut because it was such a rough reminder of dragging Rose back downstairs and shoving her into the bathroom before Mom and Dad woke up, to see the damage already done. When their little girl was near death, they had no choice but to see. So they swept Rose up into a tidy corner, known as drug rehabilitation, to forget about her, while they plotted ways to keep it all a secret. We couldn't have a U.S. senator who was incapable of running his own family become the next president. Now could we? The frisker pushed the high girl away from me, then ran his hands around my waist, down my jeans, inside my jacket. When his fingers met the package, the tequila sloshed in my stomach, but he didn't do anything other than reattach the girl to his hip. Around us, another quieter, less crowded party raged. It was hotter inside the house than out. Sweat poured down my back, soaking my shirt, making me even more uncomfortable. I wished like hell I could take my jacket off, but I couldn't risk anyone other than Slim seeing the package. Get in! Get out! Alive. Where's Slim? I asked, but the dude ignored me by plunging his tongue down the girl's throat. Pretty sure Slim wasn't in her mouth. Tony and I cut through the house, my gaze catching on a pair of grinding hips, perfect pink lips framed with flawless skin, and silky dark hair. Almost Paige, but not. The girl started toward me, her hips swaying, and all I could think about were what Paige and Riley might be doing right then. Please, God, not fucking. Even if he did treat her right, I would lose my mind just hearing the sounds and seeing his smug expression every morning for the next 6 weeks. He knew how I felt about her, had always felt about her, which would explain the glee all over the stupid prick's face when he caught me spying their full-body hug. But if they weren't fucking, she would be living in my house for 6 whole weeks. 6 weeks she could spend with me. The possibilities were endless. I needed to get the hell out of here. Sorry, sugar, I said to almost Paige. I gotta go. See, that was my let them down easy style, unlike Riley. She stepped back and pouted, but within seconds had wrapped her arms around some other poor schmuck's neck and was dry humping him. I scanned the room for anyone who might have a Slim name tag on. What would Slim look like? Skinny? Or fat in an obvious ironic twist? In the corner of the living room, a woman straddled a man who was projectile vomiting over the side of his recliner. I turned away quickly and spotted Tony next to a doorway nearby. He jerked his chin for me to follow. I gladly did, leaving the heat and growing stink behind me for a well-ventilated kitchen. In case shit got weird, a side door opened out into a backyard where fewer people partied. Just what Tony and I always looked for at parties, an emergency exit. Ever since high school and our obsession that the zombie apocalypse was going to happen today, we'd been planning our survival down to the last detail. Old habits never died. Good thing, too, since all I cared about was getting out of here. Tony leaned his back against a countertop.
Whose house is this?
I shrugged. Some guy named Slim.
Seriously?
He cut his gaze to me.
That's a prison name.
You remember where we are, right? Half the people here have probably been in prison. I leaned against the stove, chewing my lower lip, wishing like mad I'd brought the tequila in with me. I'd been to jail, but I still felt out of place here. Parties like this weren't my scene. Selling drugs to repay my sister's debt to Hill wasn't my life goal. Shocking, I know.
Slim's housekeeper is going to fart a hammer when she sees this shit,
Tony said, eyeing the empty bottles all over the kitchen.
I would quit, or ask for a raise, maybe both.
I closed my eyes at both Tony's messed up logic and timing. I tell him we're at a prison party, and he chose to talk about housekeeping? But it was Tony. Instead of judging me about why I had dragged him here in the first place, he was humoring me, distracting me from everything. This was why he was more of a brother than Riley. Sexist, I said. How do you know the housekeeper's a... A loud crack from the backyard made us both jump. We glanced at each other with likely the same thoughts, gunshot or zombie apocalypse. Then, without a word, we sprang to either side of the back door. A shadowy guy kneeled on a square of concrete surrounded by dying grass with a flickering lighter. Crack. We both jumped again, even though I knew to expect it. The sound ricocheted off a solid metal fence surrounding the yard to bounce into the open kitchen and magnify itself over the thudding bass music. Crack. Pop.
4th of July came early,
a voice behind us said with a thick Texas accent. I turned to see a very overweight white guy flanked by 2 black men. The guy had about 17 chins drooping down his blue and white checkered shirt, dark hair slicked to the side. Beady eyes that never focused on one thing for more than a second bounced around the room hummingbird style. He and his bodyguards took up the length of the kitchen, effectively blocking the living room exit. Slim, I guessed.
"Do I know you?"
the big dude asked. So his name was an obvious, ironic twist. No name tag needed. I know Hill.
"I know Hill too, the seedy punk. He wants my territory."
His accent stretched the words into several extra syllables.
"Show me this peace offering of his that he mentioned."
I fingered the broken snap inside the sleeve of my jacket and swallowed. This was the first time Hill had ever made me do a delivery. I was usually the money guy in the week I'd been trying to pay off Rose's $1 million debt to Hill. What if somehow he was playing with me by sending me here? "Out back!" I demanded. I could hop a fence faster if I was next to one. The 2 black guys shifted closer, pressing me in, faces blank. Crack. I was pretty sure no one jumped that time but me. A drop of sweat slid down the side of my neck. Slim's hummingbird stare narrowed in on me and stayed there.
"Right here."
I gave a short nod, trying to think of all the ways I could worm myself out of this if things went sour. In other words, be more like Dad. My short-lived political science major never did teach me the art of spinning lies into semi-reasonable truths. I lifted a hand inside my jacket, which made the 2 guards jerk their fingers to their waistbands. Pop. Crack. The sound sucked the air from my lungs. It took several seconds before I realized neither of them had fired a gun. Several seconds I couldn't move, couldn't breathe, even though I wanted to rush outside and kill the fucker lighting fireworks.
"Slowly,"
Slim warned. One of the bodyguards lifted his shirt to reveal the butt of his gun and stroked it like a dick. I suddenly wanted to join the projectile vomit guy in the living room.
"Easy, Sam,"
Tony muttered next to me. I glanced at him and couldn't remember a time when I'd seen him stand so still. I inched my other hand up and eased the plastic-wrapped package out of my jacket. This had to be done. Sorry, not sorry. I flung the package at Slim with a shaky arm. One of the guards snagged it out of the air. His buddy handed him a knife, and he stabbed into it with the precision of a surgeon. With the tip of the blade, he lifted a small amount of the white powder to his nose, forehead lined in concentration. He sniffed, but didn't inhale. Once. Twice. The guy obviously knew his heroin.
"How pure is it?"
Slim asked to no one in particular, his beady gaze rolling over the room. I had no idea. Before I could answer, an uninterrupted series of cracks spiked the tension in my body to the highest level. Sweat leaked down my sides in rivers. I glanced at the back door, wanting to make a move to shut out the sound, but didn't. Not in front of the guy who wanted to whip his gun out so he could molest it. And behind the cracks and bass beat, a siren wailed. Far away but coming closer. The police on the way to bust up the party 2 houses down? Or this one? Slim and his 2 bodyguards didn't seem to notice all the noise, or were so used to it, they could ignore it. Not me. Every explosion, every second the siren grew louder, twisted my tense muscles into a frayed noose close to snapping. Tony hadn't moved since this whole shitstorm began. I could practically hear his brain turning over every second to analyze it. The guy with the blade of heroin darted his tongue out to taste it. When he slipped it back into his mouth, his eyes bugged out of his head and he lunged for the kitchen sink. He yanked the tap water on and spit, gagged, scrubbed at his tongue until one word fell out.
"Strychnine."
"Rat poison,"
Slim growled. Oh shit, no. The gun molester jerked it from his waistband and pointed it at my head. I lifted both hands and froze. Questions lodged at the back of my throat, ready to hurl out, but they were all meant for Hill. He'd set me up. The bastard set me up. I was so dead. The approaching siren sped on by. While staring down the barrel of the gun, I felt my chances for survival sink along with my stomach. The cops coming here could have been the distraction I needed to get out of here alive. To jail, but alive. Now, though, I was so fucking screwed. Movement out of the corner of my eye, then crack, 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 crack. Fireworks exploded all over the middle of the kitchen floor. That time I welcomed the distraction, because for 1 second, Slim and his bodyguard's eyes shifted away from me. I didn't think. Just moved. I barreled into the guy with the gun and knocked it from his hand. Then, with a sharp turn into him, I smashed his nose with my elbow. Slim, red-faced and breathing hard, rushed at the gun as fast as a 300-pound man could. Tony locked eyes with mine from inside the doorway and shouted something I couldn't hear over the blasts. It probably had something to do with getting the fuck out of there. I sprinted after him, the hairs on the back of my neck spiked with the threat of bullets coming after us.
Chapter 4. Paige. The only things I needed in life were books and a glass or 3 of white wine. I got over my disappointment about Riley leaving pretty quickly when I curled up on his leather couch in the living room with both of my favorite things in hand. Halfway through my second glass and a bank heist gone horribly wrong, the front door slammed open. I leaped into the air, and my book went flying sans bookmark. Wine sloshed all over my "Reading is Sexy" t-shirt. Fuck me, I growled between clenched teeth. From my view on the couch, I couldn't see who it was, but pots and pans clanked in the kitchen. Cabinets banged open and shut. The clatter rolled over the wooden floors and hammered echoes between my ears. Why didn't everyone have a shh meter built inside them? I rescued my book and empty glass from the floor, then marched toward the kitchen. Do you think you can be any louder? Sam whirled around and stumbled into the countertop. His eyes, the part not swollen shut from his shiner, were bloodshot, completely wasted, though not enough to stop his gaze from raking up and down my body. That same pulse I'd felt earlier sparked electrical currents from head to toe and gathered at my center. I cleared my throat, trying unsuccessfully to ignore that feeling, and crossed my arms over my chest. Crap. Why couldn't I materialize a bra under my thin, now wet shirt? Though earlier today, I obviously hadn't minded his hungry gaze. Of course, he hadn't been drunk then either.
What are you doing here?
He asked.
I thought you were out with Riley.
He had to go to work.
Fucking bastard.
He turned and swayed in the direction of the refrigerator. Shaking my head, I came up behind him and pushed him onto a stool at the island in the center of the kitchen. The guy could barely walk, and I was in no mood for his deafening culinary skills. "Tell me you didn't drive like this," I said. He slumped over the island with his hands clasped together and glared at his bandaged knuckles. His longish brown hair hung in his face, and it made him somehow look defeated. "You're not even old enough to drink yet, are you?" I asked, mistakenly leaning toward him. Alcoholic fumes burned my nasal passages, and I jerked back with a wince. "You're what, 20?
I had a bad day,"
he said, his voice low. I flashed back to our time in the library earlier that afternoon and wondered if he was including that in his description. It had appeared he was enjoying himself just fine then. "So you were going to make it better by being a shit-faced idiot?" I asked. He pinned his red-rimmed gaze on me.
What are you, my mom?
My eyes narrowed. What the hell happened to this kid? He used to be such a little sweetie, had even been a sort of library comedian just hours before. Now he was looking at me as if I were the enemy. It hurt to see him like that, so much so that I had to look away. though I could still feel his gaze on me. After several quiet seconds, I shoved away from the island and said, "Do me a favor and get out your phone." He'd set out a package of bacon in his drunken haze, so to continue the quiet, I took over.
Why?
Because I'm going to make you a BLT sandwich. I'd spotted a tomato and lettuce in the refrigerator during my earlier raid, and a BLT seemed like a good thing to suck the alcohol from him.
And you need my phone because...
Because you're going to do something for me in return. He watched while I rummaged through drawers to find the aluminum foil and a shallow baking pan.
What would you like me to do?
He asked, and I didn't miss the husky note of curiosity in his voice. Program my number into your phone. What did he think I was going to say? If you get drunk again, you call me and I'll call you a cab.
I could just call myself a cab,
he said. I set the pan down on the island a little too loudly and stared at him. If his eyes weren't so bloodshot with an enormous bruise shadowed over one of them, I would be able to see that startling shade of baby blue a little better. Then why didn't you? I asked. An almost smile tugged at his mouth as he reached for his phone inside the pocket of his baggy jeans.
Okay, you win.
Damn right I did. When my number was safely tucked away in his phone, he said,
I didn't actually drive like this. A friend drove. I'm not that much of an idiot.
Really? I said. A friend? It was none of my business if that friend was male or female, yet I found myself really wanting to know.
Yeah, really. You sound like you don't believe me.
I shrugged while I lined the pan with foil. I believe you, but you're still not old enough to drink. The law is a law for a reason, so I hear. He didn't say anything for the longest time, and I thought he might have passed out until I glanced at the island behind me. No, he was awake, his head propped up on his arm and a sloppy grin on his face while he stared at me. I quickly turned back around, a blush flaming over my cheeks.
What are you doing?
He asked. Making bacon, I said. What's it look like?
That's not how you make bacon.
It's how I make bacon. I put it in the oven to bake, and that way it doesn't splatter everything with grease.
Okay.
Sam leaped from his stool. Maybe fell off was more like it, with his hands out in front of him like he expected me to attack him with the box of aluminum foil or something. His legs wavered beneath him, but he caught himself on the corner of the island.
Put the bacon down and no one will get hurt.
I cocked an eyebrow at him. Why?
I'm very particular about my bacon. The grease splatter's just part of the experience. I'll cook it so you don't get...
His gaze roamed down to my bare legs, then inched back up again, and he trapped his bottom lip with his teeth.
Splattered.
He swayed to my side, his large frame towering over me, and slowly reached for the bacon. His fingers sizzled a current up my forearm as he touched it, and I held my breath to keep from gasping. Riley had said Sam was never here, and after what happened between us earlier today, a topic which I noticed we were skating large circles around, I had hoped he wouldn't be here. But he was, and I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about that. With his precious bacon gripped tight, Sam concentrated on putting one foot in front of the other toward the stove. I followed to cut up the tomato on a nearby countertop and to make sure he didn't burn the house down. So bacon, huh? Is it a special kind of relationship between you two? He grinned, and it lit up his entire face so bright, heat crept up my neck. I quickly turned back to the tomato.
Bacon's its own food group.
He carefully arranged it in a frying pan.
You either like bacon or you're wrong.
Oh? I said, and attempted to steady the knife in my hand. I sucked at cutting vegetables and fruit. I would make a terrible serial killer despite my know-how about dumping bodies. And how do your arteries feel about the new food group pyramid? Another genuine smile.
I'm not dead yet.
Good to know, I said over the roar of my heartbeat. What the hell was wrong with me? Why was I getting all giddy about a boy-turned-man who was drunk out of his mind and 3 years younger than me? It couldn't be because of the lean muscles in his arms that stretched and flexed as he prodded the bacon with a spatula. It couldn't be because a section of his soft-looking brown hair skimmed the scruff along his jaw. Nope, couldn't be.
It's like how you feel about books.
Sam said over the crackle of bacon. Huh?
Bacon.
Right, bacon and books. Exactly the same, I said, nodding. God, I really needed to concentrate better, especially with the knife in my hand. So where did you get your, I spun a finger around my right eye.
Oh, that?
He said like it was just a freckle.
Work.
And the bandage on your hand, too? He flexed his fingers around the spatula handle, frowning, and several beats passed before he answered.
Yeah.
I tried to imagine a way I could get a black eye at the Library of Congress, and I supposed it could happen if a box of books fell on my face. That happened once at the public library in Wichita where I used to work part-time. Instead of a box, though, it was a whole bookshelf, and instead of me, it was my boss. Still not fun. Where is it you work?
Auto Tech over on Ontario Road.
So, is this a regular thing at Autotech? People getting black eyes?
No, just me.
The bacon was really snapping now, but he didn't even flinch as bacon grease flew in every direction.
This guy I work with decided he didn't like the way his girlfriend was looking at me, I guess, so he decided to rearrange my face.
I nodded at my tomato. How nice.
I thought so too, which is why I gave him a matching one.
Maybe it's time to rethink the whole giving and sharing thing. I set aside the mangled tomato slices and set to work toasting the bread. That I could do. Other than cutting things, I usually didn't have trouble in the kitchen, except for those cans of dough that pop open. I couldn't stand those. But cooking in my little apartment in Wichita meant slapping together a quick sandwich so I could do homework or write research papers.
Maybe.
So, was his girlfriend looking at you? I couldn't imagine a member of the female species not looking. He shrugged.
I don't really notice those kinds of things.
Ha, because it happened all the time to this stud? Really? Never?
Most girls don't interest me.
He switched off the burner underneath the bacon.
Hand me a plate?
I followed the direction of his gaze and handed him a plate from the cupboard over my head. His fingers brushed mine as he took it, and I recoiled my entire arm away at the intense jolt buzzing through it. His gaze dipped down to my mouth, and when he connected with my eyes again, he looked hungry, and not just for bacon. And I swallowed. What girls do interest you? The question fell out before I could even think. I didn't need to know the answer, but somehow I sure wanted to. He leaned past me to the paper towel holder, filling the small space between his stomach and my hip with frenzied surges of energy. He tore off a paper towel, and when he straightened, he said,
Smart ones.
The words sighed across the back of my neck. Goosebumps lifted over my skin. I clutched the edge of the countertop as I drew in a long, ragged breath. Are there a lot of smart girls where you work? I asked, because I hadn't embarrassed myself already.
Autotech is an equal opportunity employer, but so far...
He shrugged and began transferring the perfectly crisped bacon to the paper towel-covered plate. I see. My gaze strayed to his wide shoulders under his tight black t-shirt, then to the lift of his backside under his jeans. I saw all right, but I quickly ducked my head into the refrigerator. Back in the day, he might as well have been my little brother. I shouldn't be checking him out. Yet there I was, totally checking out the hot, drunk guy I wanted to make out with earlier at the public library. I had no idea who I was anymore. I grabbed the mayo jar and focused with all my might on building sandwiches. Sam munched on several strips of bacon while I crafted double-deckers fit for a king. The food seemed to clear his head of the alcohol some because he no longer needed to lean against the stove for support.
Excited for your internship?
He asked, and even the timbre in his voice sounded stronger. An enormous grin bloomed over my mouth. I couldn't help it, and he matched it with one that twinkled his blue eyes. My heartbeat stuttered, and I forced myself to look away. I pressed the nearest sandwich into the plate so I could slice it into 2 equal triangles. It didn't have to be done, but I needed a diversion. Any diversion. Even a hazardous, don't chop off your fingers with a knife diversion. I'm so excited I haven't slept much this last week. I'm not sure I'll sleep the next 6 weeks. We sat across from each other on twin bar stools at the island. He took one of the sandwiches and bit into it with a satisfied groan. I picked up mine too, but my gaze aimed at the tip of his tongue that kept darting out to catch stray crumbs. It made his lips rosy, wet, and caused me to squirm in my seat. I chomped into my sandwich and tried to focus on how delicious it was.
Well,
he said once he'd swallowed.
There are a lot more fun things to do than sleeping anyway.
At the suggestive arch of his eyebrow, my food slid down my throat much too fast. I sputtered. My knees weakened at the possibilities surrounding his words, and as he drew closer to pat me on the back, I decided these next 6 weeks would be the longest ever.
Okay, you need some water?
I could only nod. He filled a glass from the sink and set it in front of me, and I guzzled it down until I could breathe again. Thanks, I said and took another cleansing breath.
No problem,
he said between bites. You've helped me a lot today. This was my not-so-obvious starter to our might-have-been afternoon delight, public library edition, discussion we still hadn't had and really needed to. He stopped chewing and fixed me with a knowing stare.
You don't even have to ask. I'll be your book retriever anytime you want me.
Anytime I wanted him? But I most definitely didn't. I shouldn't. You could have told me who you were before you cornered me in the library. You took advantage of the situation. He said, and picked up some dropped bacon pieces from his plate.
Did I?
My phone vibrated on top of the island, making me jump. No one ever texted me after midnight. Kay couldn't stay up much past Aaron's bedtime, and Mom and I had only progressed to communicating via cat video links on YouTube. And Dad? Well, he could hardly look at me.
Aren't you going to check your phone?
What I wanted was to continue this conversation. But because it might be Riley or even Charlotte telling me her burst pipe was fixed and I could move in tomorrow, I swiped at the screen. It was an email from Mom with the subject her number. Oh. I bit down hard on my lip under Sam's watchful gaze and forced a swallow down my desert-dry throat. A million thoughts rushed through my head, and every single one of them knotted up my chest. Tears sprang to my eyes because of her and what I did. No way would I be calling her number. I wouldn't be able to speak over the rapid-fire guilt puncturing my insides.
Paige,
Sam said softly. I pushed off the stool, my sandwich only half eaten. I think I'll go to bed now.
Chapter 5. Sam. The only thing that cured a hangover was waking up at the butt crack of dawn. Somehow that shock to the system sucked up the last of the alcohol better than sleeping it off. Worked like a charm every time. The morning after Hill had tried to have me killed because of, what had Slim called it, a peace offering, and Paige had made it all better with double-decker BLTs and just existing in my kitchen, I wandered out of my bedroom. Low voices drifted from downstairs and around the corner. Riley and a woman. I glanced across the hallway and found Paige's door shut. The voice wasn't husky and sexy enough to be hers anyway. So who had my older brother dragged home with him this time? Downstairs, a tall, skinny blonde pressed up against Riley by the front door. Likely one of Dad's interns, judging from her wrinkled jacket with a button that read, "Cleary for President." Still barefoot, I crept up to them and clapped Riley on the back hard enough to make him jump. "Did you see the letter from your doctor with the list of all your STDs? I left it on the table for you, bro. You're welcome." Riley's face turned all sorts of red, and I grinned bigger at each and every shade.
Callista,
He said through clenched teeth.
you remember my brother Sam Ram, the comedian?
She held out her hand while her gaze wandered over my bare chest, down my happy trail, and back up again. No way was I touching the hand that had probably just handled my brother's dick.
Sam Ram? Is that really your name?
She asked, lowering her hand. She tilted her head, and a speck of dried makeup slid down her cheek from the black smudges under her eyes. "Nickname," I said, and turned back to Riley before this chick brought my hangover back in full force all over her blue heels. "You do remember who's upstairs, right? Or did you forget for the 5 minutes you were here yesterday?" The veins in Riley's neck stuck out. I figured I had just a couple seconds before he was going to blow.
Yeah, I fucking remember, Sam.
Who's upstairs?
The blonde asked. "Nobody. Just some girl he kidnapped and locked inside the padded room he built." I wriggled my finger back and forth between them. "Has he shown you that yet?" Riley rolled his hands into fists, the red on his face crawling past his hairline. I widened my feet in case he dove at me. The blonde shook her head with a skeptical smile.
Padded room?
"He usually saves that for at least the third date," I said and winked at my dear old brother.
Okay, that's it.
With his glare aimed at me, Riley yanked open the door.
Carissa, will you wait for me outside, please?
It's Callista,
she said. When Riley didn't say anything, she ducked out the screen door. As soon as she was a safe distance away, Riley stepped up to me, his face inches from mine.
I get what you're trying to do.
I shrugged. And what am I trying to do?
Make me feel guilty for not helping you. Make me look bad in front of Paige and everyone else. Don't you see what I'm doing is for this family too?
Oh, that fucking fuck. And how is screwing an intern helping our family? I got shot at last night. The beet red color drained from Riley's face within seconds. His throat ticked with a hard swallow.
What?
Hill set me up, I hissed. Sent me to a party with rat poison, I guess to get rid of some of his competition.
Shit.
Riley raked his fingers through his hair, eyes about to bug out of his head, then glanced in the direction of the stairs.
Keep your voice down.
I jerked my head in the blonde's direction. Did she keep her voice down last night? Paige might have thought it was me fucking someone. But I never wanted to be the one to make those big dark eyes of hers look at me with disgust.
We were quiet, okay? Look, I'm sorry. We had to come back here to get some files anyway. Dad leaves for Dallas in a couple hours, and then I'll be home. Just go do whatever it is you do all day. And why are you so worried about what Paige thinks?
I'm not. I stepped away from him so he couldn't see the lie that was probably written all over my face. Jesus. I needed to pull it together. We had enough happening in this house without a brother showdown.
Good.
He slapped my cheek lightly and held his hand there, in a caring older brother sort of way that couldn't fool me.
I know you used to like Paige, but stay away from her, got it?
Too late. Not my type at all. He nodded while he slapped my face a little harder.
That's right. You prefer skanks, right?
Actually sloppy seconds, I said, jerking my head toward the screen door. Why don't you give me the number of the therapist your ex went to? I'll go give it to Callista as soon as I'm done with her. There was that red shade of pissed that leaked into his face and tight jaw again.
Leave my ex the hell out of this,
he said, then pushed against the screen door to leave. I'm fine, by the way, I said. No bullet holes, but thanks for asking. He sighed.
I'm glad you're okay, just don't bring your work home with you.
Like Rose had. All 10 pounds of heroin she'd promised Hill she would sell had gone straight up her nose over the course of a month. That was why we were in this situation in the first fucking place. Well, part of the reason. The other was that Hill refused to sweep the debt Rose owed him under the rug. He didn't want to be paid in money. He wanted a drug dealer starter kit with me. Plus, Hill had gotten his hands on a certain set of pictures of Riley and Daddy-O handing over money to beautiful women who weren't standing behind a sales counter. If I didn't deliver for Hill, both figuratively and literally, those photos would be leaked and Dad's bid for presidency was screwed. But I didn't give a shit about him and Riley. Not really. I was doing this for Rose. Riley glanced in the direction of the stairs. I did too, in case Paige was standing there.
And I'm not just talking about Rose, Sam. What if you had been followed back home?
I hadn't. Tony and I had made sure during the hour we drove around the neighborhood, trying to unfry our nerves with the rest of my tequila. But if there was even a slight chance Paige was in danger just by living in this house, she needed to go. The whole shitty day yesterday had proved to me that the drug business was just as unpredictable as a desperate junkie.
I was trying to help Paige out by letting her stay here, but if she finds out...
That you can't keep your dick in your pants? Riley sighed.
Just hurry up and pay the debt back so we can be done with Hill.
All $1.1 million of it. No problem. It didn't matter that Dad was running for president, or maybe it was because he was, but Hill didn't make deals. It was his terms, nothing else, or he would expose my family for what they truly were. A cancerous wound. His words, not mine. But he was right. Dad didn't know anything about Hill. I intended to keep it that way until the debt was paid back the way Hill wanted it to be. My services. I didn't become a drug dealer to protect Dad and his stupid race to be president. This was all for Rose, so when she got out of rehab, she could concentrate on being my little sister again instead of worrying about any kind of debt owed to Hill.
You agreed to be the one to work for Hill?
Riley said in a low voice.
If you don't want Paige here, then you be the one to tell her to leave. I'm not doing it.
I nodded, completely unsurprised. Sure, he could be an asshole behind her back, but never to her face. But if I could not fuck up for once, she would be fine. As long as I did whatever Hill asked, showed up on time, learned to detect rat poison before I got shot at, everything would be okay. Paige could continue to sit in the kitchen with me every night for the next 6 weeks with her hard nipples jutting against her Redding is Sexy t-shirt. That would be just fine. I could pay the debt off within record time. Paige would never have to know. I was such a selfish prick sometimes. While turning the lock on the door, I started to shut it on Riley before he made it outside. Nah, I'm not doing it either.
Chapter 6. Paige. Her number. Mom's email had slammed around inside my head the entire night, and that was just the subject line. True to the coward I was, I hadn't even opened the email to read it, yet I couldn't stop thinking about it either. What was I supposed to do with her number? Yes, call her. That was the obvious answer. But what was I supposed to say that would make her want to speak to me, to keep speaking to me? My mind wandered to various scenarios while I reread page 259 in my book for the 20th time. But a half-naked Sam plopped down on the couch. A freshly showered woodsy smell wafted around me. He tucked a damp strand of brown hair behind his ear and reached for the remote on the coffee table.
All right if I watch TV?
Despite my usual urge to turn feral and hiss at whoever dared disrupt my reading, I found myself nodding. It was his house. He shouldn't even have to ask. He sat so close, the left leg of his jeans grazed my bare toes. I swallowed at the feel of the fabric, at the specks of water still dotting the ridged muscle of his tanned skin, at the stunning pair of blue eyes pinned to mine. Just as I was about to settle my feet on the floor, away from his jeans and his warmth, he flipped the channel to a zombie television show. A particularly brutal de-braining made me pause. This looks appetizing, I said, touching my hand to my stomach.
You're a fan?
Of spilled brain juices? Not usually, no.
You have to give it a chance. It's not all blood and guts.
Sam said and stretched his arms along the back of the couch.
It's an all-day-long marathon, so I'm not moving from this couch.
And apparently he expected me to drop everything and do the same. Unlike slutty Paige, who had been spellbound by him at the library yesterday, I wouldn't do his bidding. I snapped my book shut on my bookmark, but he grabbed my ankle before I could move off the couch.
Stay, please,
he said, rocking his left leg so it covered more of my toes. His imploring stare instantly diffused me, because there was something so haunted in his eyes, something I couldn't place.
At least for one episode.
Fine, I said and settled back into the couch. One episode. His mouth slid into an easy smile that powered warmth to my cheeks. His gaze dipped to my lips for a split second. I looked away and fanned the pages of my book to create some airflow. Had the air conditioner stopped working? I searched for some kind of hangover in his face, but saw no trace of one. It made me wonder how many sides of Sam there were, because this was not the sexually aggressive stranger in the library, not the pissed-off version who glared at his older brother, and not the drunk who'd slammed around the kitchen on a quest for bacon. He was just a half-naked zombie show fan with a black eye who needed some company and whose jeans heated my cold feet. I liked this version much better. He pointed at the book in my hands.
What are you reading there?
Heist My Heart. I handed it to him, waiting to be ridiculed for my genre preference like Riley had, but he flipped it over to read the blurb without even a smirk at the almost nude couple embracing on the cover. His eyelashes caught the glow of sunlight behind him from the window while his eyes tracked over the book.
I thought you were reading Have Your Way with Me.
My face heated at how his mouth moved over those particular words, at the memory of his book retrieval skills in the library. Holy hell. Yeah, I said and cleared my throat. It's next in the series. I have about 40 more pages to go in this one. He glanced at me, a frown creasing his forehead.
So you didn't bring Have Your Way with Me with you to D.C.?
Somehow the words in his question scrambled themselves into just me with you before they flowed normally again, and that phrase kicked up my heartbeat. I did, but I accidentally left it at the airport and therefore had a book emergency.
Is it good?
His long fingers turned to the first page. So far. He wasn't handing it back. He was reading book porn, and my eyes widened as he thumbed to the next page. See, Amber Dexter was taken hostage during a bank heist, but Detective Bailey thinks there's something fishy about her and that she might be in on it.
Hey.
He flashed out a hand, and his fingertip brushed my lips.
Shh.
I jerked back, not from his touch alone, but from the electrical pulse it ignited throughout my entire body.
Spoilers,
he said, his voice soft, his gaze locked on my mouth again. He took back his hand and returned to the book, a small smile playing across his lips. Sorry, I whispered, and shifted my attention to the television and away from him and his shock-inducing fingers. But they had made it even harder to breathe than the naked torso within touching distance. It took until the end of a commercial break for my pulse to slow to somewhere near normal, and then I finally relaxed enough to focus on the show. Sam glued himself to the pages of my book until the next commercial break when I caught him looking at me.
Why do you do that?
I blinked. Do what?
Your hair.
He tipped his chin at my hand. I glanced down at the swatch of hair curled between my fingers and immediately released it. It was a habit I'd picked up during childhood to rub the ends of a piece of hair over my lips during an intense book, or in this case, television show. When I still lived in D.C., my female best friend, Ashley, used to say I secretly wanted a mustache. Maybe I did, but I was so horrified by the idea that I drew one on her with permanent marker while she slept. She didn't speak to me for a week, and because I felt guilty about it, I drew one on myself, and we performed a Queen concert at recess as Freddie Mercury lookalikes. Good times. Habit, I said with a shrug. I hoped this wouldn't end with another Freddie impersonation, because talk of mustaches would lead to me staring at the stubble surrounding Sam's full lips. The lips that were now moving, and I hadn't heard a word they'd said. Huh? Sam leaned toward me and rested a hand on my bent knee.
I said, "Did you know your lips are one of the most sensitive body parts you have?"
I stared at his hand while a penetrating thrill radiated out from it. Really?
You rub your hair over your lips because you like the feel, don't you?
If the point of this conversation was to melt my insides with thoughts of all the other things I could attach my lips to, it was working 100%. Yes, I said, breathless, and flicked my tongue over them self-consciously. His gaze followed the movement, and the muscles in his shoulders rippled with every heave of his chest. He stood quickly and faced the television as he cracked the knuckles of his unbandaged hand against his hip.
Pizza sound good?
I sat up, shaking my head, unable to switch gears as fast as he had. Sure, pizza sounds fine. He bent to lay the paperback open and face down on the coffee table, and I threw my hands out to stop him, while a pained cry choked its way out of my throat. Hurting a book's spine was one of my worst nightmares come true. He paused to look at me with an evil spark in his eyes. Then, with a slow smile curling his mouth, he brought his fingers to the corner of the page where he'd stopped reading. Gah! No! I shot forward and wound my hands around his before he could bend it inward. Back away from the book, or you're going to make me hemorrhage. He laughed, and the warm, rumbling sound brightened the room as much as the afternoon sun.
I'm just messing with you. See, I didn't even lose your spot in the book.
He was right. My bookmark was safely tucked away at where I'd stopped reading, but at that moment, my focus centered on every part of our hands that touched. Shockwaves exploded until I took the book away from him, my finger bookmarking his spot. My skin sizzling hot, I looked around for something else to mark his place. Sam handed me a phone bill.
That's what bills are for, right?
That's the only thing they're good for, I said, and settled the bill into his spot in the book with a smile. Hemorrhage thwarted.
So,
Sam said, and cleared his throat.
Do you like pizza with your bacon?
I'm guessing I don't have a choice. This boy and his bacon.
No, not really,
he said with a twinkle in his eyes.
I'll call. You keep watching.
He thundered up the stairs, I guessed in search of his phone. I tried to focus on the ending of the show, but thoughts of Sam's attention on my lips made it difficult to concentrate. Was he as attentive to the other parts of my body, too? Signs pointed to yes, especially yesterday at the library and last night when my nipples had poked through my wine-soaked t-shirt. He had to have noticed them aiming right at him like a double-breasted shotgun. Kinda hard not to notice. So did he think about my body parts often? Did he wonder what they would feel like pressed against his? Liquid heat puddled to my center. Squirming, I drew in a ragged breath and forced the thoughts away. A dirty kind of shame settled into my gut because I couldn't think about him that way. Before he grew into a hot, half-naked man, he was like a little brother who'd draw pictures of mustached men, hold them in front of his face, and say,
Does this make you happy?
In a high-pitched voice. It invariably sent me into hysterical giggles. Geez, what was with my childhood and mustaches? Somehow it must have paved the way for my panties to dissolve around men who sported stubble, or at least a certain man. And he was 3 years younger than me, and chances were he hadn't quite matured past boy-in-a-candy-store mentality that seemed typical for his age. Plus, why would he want to when he looked like that? He could have anyone, anywhere, anytime. So what was he doing wasting his Sunday afternoon with a slightly neurotic librarian who may or may not have a fetish with facial hair and couldn't make a simple phone call to her number. Sam's footsteps rumbled down the stairs, and to my despair, he'd put on a white t-shirt. I tried to empty my expression of all disappointment while I pointed at the new addition to his ensemble. "Were you cold?"
Hot, actually.
Understatement of the decade. He gave a secret smile, one I had no idea how to read, and gestured in the direction of the front door.
I didn't want to scare off the delivery guy.
"Or delivery girl? Equal opportunity, right?" I said, remembering our conversation from last night.
Yeah.
He sat next to me, closer this time, so close the back of his thigh crushed my feet, but I hardly noticed. The ends of his hair, now dry, fell across his jaw. His gaze locked on mine. He pushed the silky strands that lay against his full mouth off his face, much like mine had earlier. But that move could never look as sexy on me as it did on him. "Hey, any word from Riley?" I asked, to alter my focus on anything but Sam. I hadn't seen Riley since I arrived yesterday. Sam's lips parted as if he was going to say something. Then he seemed to change his mind.
I'm not my brother's keeper.
Okay. Once again, I wondered what had changed between them. When we were younger, they acted like brothers, teasing and annoying each other, but they never acted hatefully toward one another. I picked Heist my heart up from the coffee table and set it on his knee, hoping he would pick it up again just so I could watch him read because I was so easily entertained. Riley called that book porn, by the way. Sam's mouth slid into a salacious smile that curled my toes.
Book porn?
"That's what he called it," I said, nodding. He rolled his eyes, the smile vanishing.
Riley can shove it up his ass.
No, he can't. No books up anyone's asses. Ever. I placed my palm over the book's cover, my fingers brushing his thigh. Especially that one because you and I are both reading it. He took the book and my hand in his and held me there while he leaned toward me, closer and closer until his mouth was just a breath away.
Deal,
he said, and the words sighed over my face like a divine whisper. Images of other possible deals we could make tumbled through my head, but the ones involving naked flesh and lips and no-strings sex burned the hottest and rose up above the rest. "Sam," I said, and there was a hint of a question mark in my tone, as if my desire dared me to ask what perched on my tongue. "Will you fuck my brains out?"
Yes,
he said in a husky voice. Was he answering my unspoken question? If he could read my mind, he'd know I was a naughty librarian with an ache between my legs ready and willing for him to ease it. Just once, then I'd go back to my vibrator, the boss. Just once, then I'd forget all about the niggles in the back of my head that reminded me he wasn't even old enough to legally drink. The doorbell rang, and the sexual spell broke. "Pizza," I announced, because apparently I liked to state the obvious when I was turned on enough to implode. He dug in his back pocket, his gaze glued to the wooden flooring on the way to the front door. Good God, what just happened? Had almost happened? I swept the hair off my heated neck so I could cool myself enough to think. I was in D.C. for one reason, and one reason only: my dream library internship. The letter detailing my duties didn't mention fornicating with my childhood friend's younger brother. Pretty sure I'd remember if it had. I couldn't allow him to ruin my focus of turning this internship into my dream job. I couldn't allow him to seduce me to sleep with him, because despite what my hormones said, I was more than some random conquest. Unlike him, I respected myself too much to sleep around. I had the boss, which was more than enough to get me off every time. And who knows, maybe Sam sucked in bed, but holy hell, I sure doubted it. We ate in silence during the next zombie episode, the awkwardness between us like a thick rope pulled tight. But the tension gradually eased when the smell of gooey cheese faded, and Sam picked up my book again. He read while I watched body fluids squirt from orifices they had no business squirting from. I kept my feet on the floor, away from his toe-warming jeans, but I stole glances at him every once in a while just to see him turning the pages. Watching him read was almost as hot as the power of his gaze. While the credits rolled on the second episode, I caught him looking at me too, and not just at me, but through me, as if he could sense everything I kept hidden.
"I'm not sorry for stalking you at the library yesterday,"
he blurted. Really? I narrowed my eyes. Some of our conversation topics caused me whiplash with the speed in which he jumped into them.
"But I should have told you who I was."
Yeah, that would have been really nice before you cornered me against the bookshelf. A slight smile turned up those lips.
"I didn't hear a lot of complaining."
I glanced away, shaking my head at the couch cushion instead of him because it wouldn't judge me. That whole thing in the library had been a moment of weakness, and unless you counted entire large bags of peanut M&Ms, I didn't have very many of those. With my dream internship beginning tomorrow, I vowed to behave myself. I needed to consider my life goals, attempt to make Mom and Dad proud for once, and Sam, well, there just wasn't room on the agenda for a broken heart. Because honestly, what else could a guy like him give me that I couldn't give myself? He closed the book on the phone bill and posted his elbows on his knees, and something in that pose conveyed that things were about to get philosophical.
"I think you liked the whole stranger danger thing, though. Or maybe it was the very public library."
Okay, well, I wish I could say it's been entertaining, I said, dipping my head so my hair fell in my face. But it's past my bedtime.
"It's 2:00 in the afternoon."
Yeah, well, yeah. For someone who had never earned anything below a 4.0 grade point average, I was exceptionally fluent in awkward nonsense. He looked at me with his whole face grinning, and I had to get out of there quick, or he would engage me in a frank discussion about things I didn't want to talk about. Not today. Not in my lifetime. I pushed to my feet, ready to leave him for the safety of my bedroom, when the doorbell rang again. "More pizza?" I asked. Sam shook his head, that same amused glint in his expression lighting the room brighter than it already was. He should really have a warning label attached to him. Saved by the ding-dong, I breathed and stepped toward the front door. Outside, a delivery woman shoved a heavy basket of fruit wrapped in red, crinkly plastic into my arms.
"Sign here,"
she ordered. And because I had no more arms left, I took the pen she handed me and blindly scrawled my name somewhere behind the basket.
"Have a very fruity day,"
she said, and by her sarcastic tone, I wasn't convinced I would. "Thanks, you too," I called after her. After juggling the basket inside and to the kitchen, I found a card taped under a white bow. It read, "Paige, I heard you were back in the city. Talk soon. Rick. P.S. Good luck at your internship." I stared out the kitchen window, seeing nothing, while the citrusy odor from the basket soured my insides. My parents had likely given him an innocent information leak, but to me, it ruined everything. Talk soon. No fucking way. It came across as an order, not a promise, and I had nothing to say to him anyway. Sam sauntered around the corner and eyed the fruit.
"For you?"
On my way out of the kitchen, I crumpled the card in my fist. Just a mistake.
Chapter 7. Sam. Paige's fruit basket didn't taste like a mistake. When she vanished to her room after its delivery, I taste-tested the oranges, pears, and grapes for her protection. It couldn't be from a guy, because what guy sends a fruit basket to someone like Paige? So who then? And why hadn't she seemed very happy about it? Later, I found her cross-legged on the floor of her bedroom surrounded by open suitcases and books. Her shorts rode up high on her thighs, exposing the curve of her ass and a hint of black lace. I swallowed on a groan and stuffed a hand in my pocket to adjust my twitching dick behind the cover of the doorframe. "Hey," I said, my voice raspier than normal. She pushed her geeky but totally hot glasses up her nose and smiled apologetically.
I'm making a mess.
I see that.
I'm so excited about tomorrow. I figure I'll organize everything tonight because I'm not sure I'll be able to sleep.
She blushed and looked away. I could guess at what she was thinking. I'd planted that seed during my drunken haze after all, the one about there being a lot more fun things to do than sleeping, the one I'd love to see take root on the bed behind her and involved no sleeping whatsoever. Good idea. I cleared my throat and held her paperback out to her. You can have this back since I stole it from you. She shook her head, the ends of her dark hair swaying against her chest.
What kind of librarian would I be if I demanded you gave it back to me before you finished it?
You'd be like every other librarian I've ever known. She laughed, and God help me, I could listen to that sound forever.
Finish it. You're past me anyway.
Cool, thanks. I held her warm, brown gaze until she blushed again and smiled at a spot on the carpet. Was she thinking about me? About all the things I would do to her right there on her pile of books? My jeans were stretching past the point of uncomfortable, so I took my hand from my pocket, but it didn't help. With her here, I walked around with a constant hard-on. In case I finish it, do you have another one? One kind of like this one? I asked.
Of course.
I must have hit the librarian switch inside her because she moved through her piles with ninja precision and stood to hand me 3 books within seconds.
These all have male cops as main characters, and I have more on my e-reader if you want them. Consider me your own personal librarian.
Sweet Jesus. Done. The shadows in the hallway darkened her honey-colored arm as she handed the books to me, but not enough to hide the goosebumps there. I dug my fingers into the doorframe to keep from reaching out and smoothing them over her silky skin to warm her.
You really like it? Even the sex parts?
Yeah, it's not bad. The truth was I hadn't picked up a book I didn't have to since reading Lord of the Flies in high school. Her book was definitely written with women in mind, but it held my attention, gave me an excuse to see her eyes light up. Win-win. I took the 3 books from her, making sure I brushed her fingers with mine just to see her shiver. Her nipples pushed into the fabric of her thin t-shirt before she crossed her arms over her chest. What I wouldn't give to run my tongue over those nipples and pull them into tighter buds with my teeth. So, you have an e-reader too?
For backup, I prefer paperbacks because of the smell of the pages and the ink. It's intoxicating.
She said, shrugging, just like she was. You do remember there's a public library within walking distance, right?
That's backup for my backup.
And you're going to be interning at a library.
Backup for my backup's backup,
she said and laughed.
Hi, my name is Paige and I have a book problem.
I chuckled. Right. Well, I'll be downstairs.
Thanks, Sam. Don't you have work tomorrow?
Yeah, so? She shrugged.
You're staying up to read. I think I might be turning you into a book whore.
You might be right. I saluted her with my 3 books. Try to get some sleep.
You too,
she said. And as I turned away, I swore I could feel her gaze sliding over my ass. My own personal naughty librarian. 3 hours later, I was officially a book whore and completely okay with it. So what if I was reading chick books? This author seemed to know her shit on police procedural stuff. That was the part that sucked me in. I laid the finished book on the coffee table with Paige's bookmark securely in place and took one of the 3 unread ones up the stairs. On normal nights, even on Sundays when the bars weren't open, I'd come home at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning completely wasted. At least book whores didn't show up to work the next day suffering from a hangover. Paige's door was shut, so I crept across the hall to my room, but a faint buzzing noise stopped me in my tracks. What was that? I tipped my head to better gauge where it was coming from. Not my room. Not downstairs. I stepped toward Paige's door and the sound grew louder. What was she? Oh. Hit it again, and I took it from my back pocket. The first message was from Tony. Next time, I pick the party. I would have texted him back to tell him no fucking problem if not for the second text from Hill. Corner of 131st and Chestnut, 2 a.m. sharp. Do I need to remind you what happens if you're late again? It was 1:24 now. I grabbed my leather jacket from its spot on the floor and glanced at Paige's door. No, he didn't need to remind me. Chapter 8. Sam. Pretty sure the lady, man, I stood next to on the corner of 131st and Chestnut at 2 in the morning was a prostitute, but who the hell knew these days? I just hoped I wouldn't have to introduce myself to their pimp and fill out a job application as continued punishment for my non-arrival at the warehouse fuck-up with Hill. I arrived at the corner at exactly 1:50, had even allowed myself enough time to circle the neighborhood and figure out the best exit strategy if it came to that like it had at the Yellow House. I debated taking the crowbar from my car with me in case someone started up another fireworks show, complete with rat poison and fat Texan men with 17 chins, but decided not to. It wouldn't fit under my hoodie and jacket anyway. The streetlight buzzed and flickered over our heads, and mosquitoes swarmed it every single time it brightened. When the light blinked out, the mosquitoes dove down to the hooker who clapped them between his black-gloved hands. They left me alone, probably because I hadn't doused myself in what stunk like a cocktail of cotton candy and maple syrup. I narrowed my eyes at every car that passed, which was a surprising amount for an early Monday morning. Some of their drivers could have been just as shady as me, on their way to a crooked business deal or a top secret 2 in the morning. Fuck. Most of them were probably headed home from work or someplace innocent like that, though, which was exactly what I wanted to be doing. Going home to Paige.
You got a ciggy?
Those were the first words spoken to me by my late-night partner under the streetlight. Even from that voice, I couldn't tell if it belonged to a man or woman. It was both feminine and deep, female and male, just like their 1980s blonde hair metal band curls that never budged. I patted my jacket even though I knew I didn't have any. No, sorry.
It's okay. We've been standing here a while, huh?
Yeah. It was 2:15 last time I looked. Hill had sent me here so I could hurry up and wait, which should reserve him a special place in hell. I hated waiting.
I've been here so long that I took a break and went to that donut shop around the block. You know which one I'm talking about?
I shook my head, wondering why the potential hooker had chosen now to strike up a conversation. Were they the one I was supposed to meet here? Hill hadn't exactly spelled out for me what I should be doing or who I was to do it with. Or maybe they had decided I could be trusted with donut talk after the 15-minute silence test.
Best Dressed Donuts, that's what it's called. They have donuts with little mustaches and pinstriped suits made out of frosting, and ones with little tiaras, real tiaras made out of candy.
Sounds amazing. I love donuts. And I did, but I had no fucking idea what a tiara was. They fished out a rolled-up white paper bag from a red backpack on the ground and held it out to me.
I couldn't eat both of them, so take it.
A car slowed at our intersection. At first, I thought it would stop, but it just touched its brakes before turning. Was it really a donut in the bag, or was this what Hill wanted me to take as part of his master plan for me tonight?
Go on, take it.
Giving someone, especially a stranger, their uneaten donut was outside my realm of expectation, especially tonight, or any night I was fetched to do something for Hill. If it really was a donut, no way would I pass that up because I had never met a donut I didn't like, unless this person had their grubby, unwashed, STD'd hands all over it. I took the paper bag, slowly in case they changed their mind, and tested its weight. Felt like a donut. Smelled like a donut. Must have been a donut. Didn't mean I would eat it, though. Thank you.
The name's Alex.
The gender-neutral name fit perfectly. Thanks, Alex. Alex nodded.
You're welcome.
A dark Suburban swerved to the curb and idled there, thumping a type of music out its open windows I had never heard before. something like two harps smashing together mixed with wails and a mess of drum beats behind it. The white guy behind the wheel sat facing forward, an unlit cigar plugged into his mouth, his entire face droopy with what was probably boredom, complete disinterest, or both. With a heavy sigh, Alex picked up the backpack and moved toward the passenger door.
Don't you be waiting too much longer.
For some reason, I almost said, "You too." I didn't like the looks of that guy or the sound of his music. It didn't go unnoticed that Alex had given me the donut and not him. Once Alex folded into the passenger seat, the Suburban squealed its tires to get out of there fast. A strange quiet settled over the corner of 131st and Chestnut once the car disappeared down the street. With Alex gone, the mosquitoes swarmed me. With all my swatting, I worked up a sweat underneath my hoodie and jacket. It would be better if I took at least one of them off, but the hood covered most of my face in case there were cameras around, and the jacket added bulk. Good old Dad's political dreams would be smashed into a pile of dick knuckle if I was recognized. In a lot of ways, Alex's life probably wasn't all that different from mine. Trapped, desperate to change things, to make things right. It was all a long, hard road filled with a ton of waiting on someone else's schedule. There had to be a better way, but I wasn't the only one who couldn't find it. Curious, I opened the paper bag to find a donut with pink frosting and a jeweled crown-like thing sitting on top. Ah, so that was a tiara. I didn't feel any smarter knowing that. A black sedan with tinted windows and a massive silver grille on its front turned the corner from a block away. It veered to the right and stopped. The window rolled down and a small, graceful hand wiggled a finger at me. Was this some kind of proposition? I clicked the buttons on my jacket sleeves, a nervous habit, while my stomach turned in on itself. Good thing I didn't eat that donut. The inside of the car was dim, made even darker by the black, very expensive-looking dress worn by the woman in the passenger seat. The thick-necked driver had his head turned so I couldn't see his face. The woman's blood-red lips tipped into a smile as she handed me a small brown paper bag without a word. I took it, the second paper bag handed to me in one night, though this one was much heavier than the first. She must have known to hand it to me and not some undercover cop who could be lurking somewhere, which made me think I was being watched. And I probably was by Hill or someone else to make sure I didn't fuck up again. The woman pressed the button for the window and the car sped away. Okay. Well, now what? A donut in that bag and in this one. Money, loads and loads of money, filled the bag almost to the top in perfectly stacked bundles. So, was I supposed to take it? Give it to Hill? I stepped closer to the streetlight as if it would help me weigh my options. Sweat leaked down my sides, which drove the mosquitoes even crazier. Not 15 seconds after the car left, another eerily similar one pulled in to take its place. The window rolled down, and a pale, muscular arm shot out to grip the side of the car. I stood there melting while mosquitoes dive-bombed me and the donut bag because I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Was this guy here to pick up the money? Or was this a really popular curb to pull up against for no reason? The hand outside the car flipped over, palm up, like it was waiting for something to be put on it, confirming that, yes, I was a jackass. I stepped to the car and almost, put the bag with the donut in his hand. Wouldn't that have been fucking hilarious? No, it wouldn't. I didn't have a death wish. Sweat poured off me so fast I thought I might pass out. I wasn't thinking all that clearly, but somehow the right bag wound up in the guy's hand. He immediately dumped the money in his lap and started counting. Really, dude? Here? I wanted to tell him that, but instead swatted at the swarm of mosquitoes that splashed in the pools of sweat on my neck. He glanced at me and wiped his startlingly red hair off his forehead.
You made me lose count. Stop moving.
His Luck of the Irish accent nearly made me crack a grin, but I remembered I wasn't in a Lucky Charms commercial. Damn Irish and their awesome accents. He counted, the driver flicked his gaze to the rearview mirror, likely looking for cops, and I stood there while I was eaten alive and trying to stay upright. I guessed I would be dismissed after he was finished counting like the lowly dog I was. A squeal from down the block kicked my heartbeat into overdrive. Not tires, but human. The Irishman and the driver must have not heard it over the idling engine, but it came again, closer this time. A red blur of movement shot down the sidewalk in our direction, along with hysterical laughter and a steady squeaking noise. What the hell? I couldn't look directly at whatever it was for fear I would be seen, so I didn't know if I should take cover from a charging madman or just stand my ground. The Irishman didn't seem to care what was happening anywhere other than his lap or directly out his window, but the driver narrowed his eyes at the rearview mirror.
"We're about to have company,"
he said. I ducked my head deeper into my hood, clicked the buttons on my jacket sleeves, and backed up a step toward my getaway route so I wouldn't freak the fuck out. Mosquitoes suffocated me while the insane laughter and the squeaks grew louder. The driver drew a gun from under his seat and set it on his lap. Shit.
Keisha!
A young male voice shouted from just up the sidewalk. I risked a look, ready to run if I needed to, but I was too late. A red tricycle smashed into my leg. Mad giggles erupted out of the drunk driver, a little black girl.
Keisha, you should be in bed. Mama's gonna kill you.
A boy, maybe 14, rolled the tricycle backward enough so he could pick it and the girl up.
I'm so sorry.
Get out of here, I hissed, then looked in the opposite direction. They needed to leave here and fast. Kids like them had no business being out this late when the wicked came out to play. When their footsteps faded, the driver put his gun back under the seat and sighed.
"I lost count again,"
Irish said, and started counting all over. I wanted to fucking punch him in the throat. Instead, I glanced up the sidewalk to make sure the kids were a safe distance away. The girl struggled in the boy's arms. The toes of her shoes dragged behind him next to the tricycle's back wheels. They turned at a sidewalk that led to a small house. When they made it inside, it was a little easier to breathe.
"Okay,"
Irish finally said.
"It's all here."
Without another word, they drove away, leaving me alone at the corner of 131st and Chestnut with the mosquitoes and a pink tiara donut. I guessed that was it then, so I dropped the donut in the trash on the way to my car. One of Hill's minions, namely me, didn't deserve a crown anyway. Chapter 9. Sam. A few hours later, I stood exactly where I wanted to, in the kitchen over a plate of freshly sizzled bacon. A bucket of coffee sat next to it because I hadn't slept. After I tried to shower the sweat, mosquito guts, my stained conscience clean, there hadn't been time. And I was pretty sure I wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway. A frantic Paige hurried into the kitchen, but stopped as she took in the toast, bacon, and eggs breakfast spread laid out on the island.
Oh, God. I was afraid I wasn't going to have time to eat.
Splotches of red brightened her cheeks. She kept fidgeting with the buttons on her flowered top and tugging at the hem of her black skirt. Her hair was done up in a fancy twist at the back of her head, and she wore a little makeup on her eyes and lips. Dressed as a sexy librarian, every inch of her begged to be licked. Somehow I didn't think she'd appreciate that on the first day of her internship, though. Relax. I placed a full mug of coffee and a full plate in front of her. And dig in.
Did you do this for me?
She asked as she sat. For me too. I shrugged like it was no big deal, even though I could feel her probing gaze. She was probably thinking about masturbating to me last night, or maybe wondering if that crash she might have heard in the hallway while she was finishing herself off was me.
Thank you, Sam.
She smiled and took a large bite of bacon.
That's really sweet.
I plucked some bacon from my plate. I aim to please. She choked on a swallow and took a swig of coffee, her face reddening even more. Her mind was even naughtier than I thought since I hadn't even meant that to be sexual. Mostly. Did you sleep well? I asked once she could breathe again.
Yeah, eventually.
I nodded and tried to hide my grin behind the brim of my coffee cup. So, I finished your book last night. Do you want me to tell you what happens?
No.
she said and shot me a warning look. Everyone dies, I said and scratched at one of the thousands of mosquito bites on my neck. None of the characters had a zombie apocalypse plan. When the outbreak spread, things got ugly real quick. Her dark eyes sparkled as she chewed thoughtfully.
That's a real bummer, especially since there's supposed to be another book with the same characters out in September.
I held my hands out in mock apology. They're all zombies.
Funny how the blurb for the new book didn't say anything about zombies.
Time-traveling zombies. Time-traveling, bank-robbing, crime-solving zombies, I said with a wink and a tap to my temple like it was the greatest idea ever. Which it was. I should be a writer. That author knows what she's doing. She snorted and tossed a strip of bacon at me, which I caught in my mouth because I'm a badass.
You're so full of it,
she said, laughing.
Do you have a zombie apocalypse plan?
Doesn't everyone?
I don't have one.
Well, we need to take care of that. What if it happens today? What if killer librarians come after you?
I'll throw bookshelves at them,
she said with a shrug.
I refuse to throw books, though.
Yeah, I said. We need to get you a real plan.
All right, after my internship today, we'll make a zombie plan for me.
She gazed at me then, every bit of her lighting up. I had to wonder if she was actually looking forward to spending time with me. Me, who had zero direction in life except to pay off $1.1 million to Hill so Rose could start her life again. Yet there Paige sat in my kitchen, so much better than I could ever be, grinning and crunching on bacon. It was probably the most beautiful sight I'd ever seen. Being in her company almost made me forget about everything else. She walked her empty cup and plate to the sink, then leaned against the counter, studying me.
Sam?
I studied her right back, from the cleft of her toes hidden by her shoes, up her curvy legs to her hips, and over the swell of her chest to her long neck and her full, pouty lips. Perfect.
Were you going to kiss me at the library?
That was what she wanted to know? It seemed like our public library time had happened a lifetime ago, but the memory of her pressed against me stirred my dick awake when the rest of me wanted to crash.
Why go in like that instead of just telling me who you were?
She pressed. A drop of coffee landed on my lip with my next drink. I licked it off while my gaze dragged up and down her body once again. Every time she stood in the same room as me, the need to touch her, taste her, take her, expanded painfully in my chest, and in my pants. If I could affect her with my presence just a fraction of how much she affected me, maybe she'd be mine. And maybe I was starting to affect her if last night's Jill-off proved anything. If pretending to be a good guy and feeding her bacon in the morning made her want me, I'd do it for an eternity. Then, at least in her eyes, I would be good enough. I took another long drink of coffee while she waited for an answer. You know why you keep bringing up the library? She tilted her head, eyes narrowed.
Are you about to enlighten me about myself again?
Because you liked it, I said and stalked toward her slowly. A stranger, at least you thought it was at the time, in a public place, pressed up against you. You liked it. You liked it so much. It scared you. She let out a shaky breath. Her lips parted as I drew closer.
Really? That's what you think?
I stopped just inches away from her, breathing in her spicy candy smell, and leaned in close enough so my lips brushed her ear. That's what I think. Her eyes sank closed as a shudder went through her, and the corner of my smile touched her cheek. Whether I was a good guy or not, Paige had an obvious naughty streak inside her too. To a lesser degree than I did, but still. I had to wonder how deep it went, how many sweet layers I would need to peel away until she admitted exactly what she wanted. We could meet each other halfway on the sinful, virtuous scales, which were kind of like the hanging ones in grocery stores, but more judgmental. Fuck being good enough. I would elect myself to sainthood if she joined me on the bad list for a day. An hour. 15 minutes. I could be open to negotiation, especially if Paige was doing the negotiating. A little corruption never hurt anyone. Just ask the rest of my family, but one step at a time. I stepped away and asked, "Do you need a ride?"
No.
She gave me a shy smile that left me lightheaded, then picked up her purse from the bar stool.
I need to calm my nerves and focus so I don't trip over flat surfaces or something equally horrendous on my first day. I'll just take the metro.
I nodded and shoved my hands in my jeans pocket so I wouldn't scratch the hundreds of mosquito bites.
Wish me luck today, okay?
She said over her shoulder on the way out of the kitchen. Yeah, good luck. I stared at the spot where she'd vanished next to the trash can and the empty fruit basket inside. Speaking of sweet layers, I wondered again who the basket might be from and why Paige had said it was a mistake after she'd crumpled up the card. One step at a time.
Chapter 10. Paige. Since last night, the world's missing bee population somersaulted in my gut. I had been waiting for this day most of my life, and now that it was finally here, it didn't seem like it was really happening. My body felt separated from my mind somehow, as if I were living inside a happy dream. By the time I arrived at the Library of Congress, the pinks and oranges stitched into the sky by the rising sun had faded into a clear blue. Only a few cars specked the otherwise empty parking lot by the rear staff entrance. While I waited for someone to let me inside the locked library, I sat on the steps and checked my phone. A message from Kay read,
"How's Riley? I'm hoping to live vicariously through you. Hint, hint. Good luck today, Sugar Plum."
Not much to tell in the Riley department. I hadn't seen or heard from him since Saturday when I'd arrived. His political consulting duties must really be crazy if they dragged him away for that long. But if I was being totally honest with myself, I didn't mind. I started to text Kay back and tell her about Sam, but I wasn't sure what to say. That he'd hung out with me all weekend, mostly shirtless. That he'd made breakfast for me. That I'd fantasized about him with the boss last night. While my explosive orgasm had pulsed through my body in blissful waves, something had crashed across the hall. Maybe Sam hadn't been downstairs reading, and that possibility had stormed hot, naughty dreams through my head the rest of the night. Could he have heard me? The way he sometimes looked at me, steady and intense and with open admiration, like when he stood in my doorway last night while I sorted my books. Well, no one had ever looked at me that way before. Not with a need so penetrating. The force of it squeezed my thighs together with an equivalent yearning. And that grin that lit up his entire face capitalized the P in panty dropper. He wanted me, and I wanted him right back, but I couldn't get myself mixed up in that kind of distraction. My internship letter had stated that there would be an opportunity for the best interns to be offered actual paid positions at the end of the 6 weeks. A paid position at the Library of Congress. Hell, I'd pay them if it meant I could be employed there. When Dad had learned about this possibility, he'd looked at me for a split second, the first time in what felt like years, and said,
"Don't blow it."
"Thanks, Dad, for believing in me with such enthusiasm." But those words had struck a chord. Since graduating high school a whole year early and with top honors hadn't made him forget the past, or made him proud, maybe this could. Besides, my past experiments with men left me feeling more alone than when I was actually alone. So no, I refused to wilt underneath Sam's beautiful blue eyes or drool over his immaculately carved chest, even if he served a platter of chocolate chunk cookies for breakfast. I wasn't about to throw my career chances away for a fling with Riley's bad boy younger brother. Lifelong dream came first. Redeeming myself in the eyes of my parents came second. Libido came third or fourth, depending on my battery supply. And a complicated relationship was so far down my list, I couldn't even see it. A beat-up Cadillac pulled into the parking lot and into a spot near the back. Another car followed. My palms grew too slick to hold my phone. so I dropped it into my purse without replying to Kay and stood. A curvy young redhead climbed out of the Cadillac and stepped carefully through the parking lot in sensible flats. She smoothed her navy skirt, her hair, the strap of her giant tie-dyed parachute of a purse. Another intern? She looked just as nervous as I felt. I thrust a hand toward her in an attempt to be friendly as she neared the steps. "You must be intern. An intern. Me too. I'm Paige." My face flushed, and the bees inside me took a dive toward my knees. "Just call me Paige Awkward Sullivan." But she took my hand anyway and shook it with a firm grip and a small smile.
Paige, really?
She asked, glancing at the name tag pinned to my top. "My parents were psychic," I said with a shrug.
Nicole.
She dropped her hand, and we both wiped our sweaty palms on our skirts.
Is your last name Frostborn? Do you have knives hidden up the inside of your legs?
I laughed, which helped calm my nerves a little, and her face blossomed into a stunning grin. She was referring to a paranormal historical series of books by Lisa Montgomery, and that was when I decided we would be BFFs, bookish friends forever. Yes, not only am I awkward when I'm nervous, but apparently I also think like I'm 12.
I can't find my name tag,
Nicole said, and shoved a hand into her enormous purse. I widened my stance in case she fell inside and needed to be rescued. But sooner than I could have imagined finding anything in there, she pulled out her name tag.
I thought Jimmy ate it,
she said, flicking her green gaze up to mine while she attached her name to her top. Jimmy Hoffa? She snorted out a nervous laugh and pointed to her bag.
Jimmy is my pet turtle.
Oh, of course. She'd brought a turtle with her? A young woman with exotically angled eyes and a nose ring sauntered up to us. Her glossy black hair had been shaved on one side so it flopped over the other and down one shoulder. Colorful tattoos unfurled over her golden skin and scrolled up both arms beneath the sleeves of her white t-shirt and plaid vest. She had taken the stereotypical librarian image and stomped on it with enormous combat boots that went up to her knees. Sometimes I wished I had the courage to look like that. Other times, I preferred the subtly unconventional librarian. After all, how many others were wearing a black silk thong that read, "Shh," across the crotch? Probably more than I cared to know about, but still. The woman let her gaze roam over the building like a loving caress.
I'm totally nerding out right now.
Nicole and I grinned. Every time I met someone who shared my passion, it kind of amazed me. Before I quit high school and earned my GED, I was the freak outcast who read at the lunch table, and it wasn't until graduate school that I finally met other like-minded people, including Kay. If only I'd met her years earlier, then maybe high school wouldn't have been such a struggle. Doubtful, but maybe. A number of other people, mostly females, joined us on the steps, including a boy who looked like he'd barely passed puberty.
"Ladies,"
the boy said, and looked at each of us, his gaze lingering several beats past uncomfortable on me. Had I unknowingly slapped a sticky note on my forehead with the words, "I'll be your cougar, roar," on my forehead that only males with fewer birthdays than me could see? His crisp ironed suit and Hollywood smile made me think he was destined for political office rather than librarian.
"I'm Doug,"
he said with a wink. His name even sounded political. "Paige," I said, just to be polite.
Are we in the right place?
A young woman clutching a tissue asked timidly. But at the same time, the wooden door behind us burst open. A woman of about 40 stood just inside, dressed in a smart pantsuit and high heels. At least 3-inch high heels. The twinkle in her dark eyes gave no indication that she suffered in painful silence.
You are in the right place, and on behalf of the entire staff, I'd like to welcome our junior fellows summer interns into the Jefferson Building of the Library of Congress.
She held the door while we filed inside with murmured thank yous, and I breathed in 117 years of history. The entire library housed approximately 36 million books. While I didn't see any of them yet, that familiar, slightly musty paper and ink smell seeped from the grand arches and the rich, symbolic artwork decorating the walls. I held it in my lungs, treasured it, willed it to settle into my pores forever. Walking inside was similar to the first time I'd ever been here when I was 7, with complete awe and a sense of home. Next to me in the entryway, Nicole appeared just as transfixed. A wide, dreamy grin stretched her mouth as she searched the painted ceiling of the cavernous room with teary eyes. I'd bet everything inside her parachute bag, including Jimmy the Turtle, that this was her lifelong ambition, too.
I'm Janice Brown, head of the Rare Book and Special Collections Division,
the high-heeled wonder said.
Before we get to know each other and take a tour, we'll need to check you and your bags through security.
She gestured to a tall, uniformed man standing in front of a metal detector behind her.
This is William, a U.S. Capitol policeman, and he'll be checking you in and out. Ready, William?
William gave a sharp nod, his gaze skittering to Nicole before he began barking directions.
Bags on the conveyor belt. Step through the metal detector one at a time, please.
Nicole clutched her bag, while a shade of red that matched her hair bloomed all over her face. You okay? I asked. Do you know him or something? She blinked.
No.
He was just checking you out. Somehow her face burned even brighter.
I doubt it.
Next, please.
William hollered. While Nicole stood paralyzed, I cut around her to show her how easy moving through the line could be. Maybe she had never gone through security before. Or maybe she was a library assassin whose secret objective was to eliminate those who read some rare book. Because that would make an excellent Lisa Montgomery novel, and I wanted to read it, not live it. The closer I moved to William on the other side of the metal detector, the more I could relate to Nicole's nervousness. William wore a perpetual frown, and his intense hazel stare under his dark Roman-style haircut made it even more pronounced. Luckily, I didn't trip the metal detector. William once again settled his gaze on Nicole, who hadn't budged from her spot back by the conveyor belt. I gave her a subtle jerk of my head to come hither. Everyone at our little intern party was staring at her, the poor girl, and the color of her cheeks showed just how little she cared to be the center of attention. Was she afraid of William and his big man hands for some reason? Was she caught off guard that she'd captured his attention? Because if he wasn't checking her out before, he definitely was now. His dark lashes fanned lower while he took all of her in, and I couldn't blame him one bit. People would kill for her porcelain-smooth skin, as evidenced by murderer and all-around creepy dude, Ed Gain, and in Skin Deep by Lisa Montgomery. Not that I was thinking of skinning her or anything, but wow, she was gorgeous.
We coming, dear?
Janice said, her perfectly plucked eyebrows slanting in a furrow. With jerky movements as though she was attached to puppet strings, Nicole finally set her parachute on the conveyor belt. She eyed it while she stepped forward through the metal detector, then leaped for it once she was through the other side, all while ignoring everything in William's general direction.
Well,
Janice said with a clap of her hands.
That took a while, didn't it? Hopefully I'll have time to conclude your tour by lunch.
Nicole wilted into her flats at my side, everything to the tips of her ears flaming, but I held her by the elbow and dragged her up a few steps. Don't worry about it, I muttered, though I wasn't sure exactly what it was. Everyone will forget all about it.
Yeah, until I have to do it again when I leave,
she whispered, and the panic in those words tugged at my heart. I glanced back at William, who stared after us while scratching his head. Nicole was leaving a path of confusion behind her, yet I didn't want to pry or make her feel worse than she already did. Just focus on this. I swept a hand to my left at the great hall with its marble flooring, grand staircases, and high ceiling, but we could only enjoy it for a second before we were ushered into the cloakroom.
You will each be given a locker to store your belongings, and a key.
Janice pulled a key from her jacket pocket and dangled it in the air from a red plastic tag.
Try not to lose it,
she said in a withering tone.
Abram's jewel?
The girl with the tissue clutched tight in her hand stepped forward. New keys appeared from Janice's jacket to dangle in the air while she recited the names of the interns without the use of a clipboard or any kind of notes. She was a walking computer on stilts.
Lau Charlotte?
That's me,
the girl with the ass-kicking boots said. The woman glanced down at the girl's ensemble and dropped the key in her hand with a look of absolute disdain. Charlotte curled her fingers around the key and smiled.
Martinson, Doug?
Here.
The boy caught his key and twirled it around his index finger like a toy.
Sullivan, Paige?
Yep. My key read LOC Intern 157, all odd numbers and all unlucky according to Chinese numerology. Awesome.
West, Nicole?
Nicole gripped her key tag so tight, I imagined the ink had soaked into her skin, permanently marking her as LOC Intern 158. If it did, she probably wouldn't want to trade. Besides, something told me she'd had enough bad luck in her past. But other numbers marked her porcelain skin, too, along her wrist and thumb and across her palm, faded like she had tried to scrub them off. I swept my gaze over the rows of lockers so I wouldn't stare. After the rest of the interns retrieved their keys, Janice posted her hands on her hips and smiled.
Over 100 applicants applied to be interns for the Junior Fellows program this year, but the 16 of you stood out among the best and brightest. You can be proud of your accomplishments thus far. Remember, we will have a rare books librarian position open at the end of your internship.
I grinned. I couldn't help it. I'd worked so hard to be standing here, and if I earned the chance to get paid to stand here, well, I wouldn't just be standing here. Excitement at the possibility spread to Nicole, who kicked her leg back and quirked her head to the side in a kind of spastic, happy dance. We were such kindred spirits since our dreams revolved around books. Not Doug, though. His dreams revolved around his hand with that damned key. But that thought made me hate myself for immediately disqualifying him from the running for LOC librarian. Because she had set a position, not positions like the acceptance letter had me believe. An unfortunate typo, I guessed, which made me think I was interning for the library version of the Hunger Games. Still, the whole idea that this was a competition deflated my excitement some.
Without further ado, it's time for a special tour where you'll meet some of the staff and go where the general public isn't allowed to go,
Janice said with an air of mystery.
Now let's not dilly-dally in here too long. Meet me outside the cloakroom once you've stored your things.
Anxious to get started, I scanned the row of lockers for 157 and shot toward it. 2 twists of the key and a pair of empty hands. Later, I stood outside with Janice, who was so impressed with my speed, she examined her cuticles with a frown. Nicole was the last one out, and I hung back by her to make sure she kept up. The rest of the morning was taken up with the tour and meeting several more staff members whose names I would never remember. Much of the librarian's tour information I already knew or had seen before, like the world's smallest book, which was the size of a period, and the Gutenberg Bible. But I'd never gone through the passageways to the other 2 buildings. When I'd visited as a child, Mom preferred walking through the front doors instead of sneaking inside for whatever reason. I'd never walked through the stacks either, because they were closed to the public. The rows of shelving seemed like they went on for miles.
I feel like someone's going to kick me out,
Charlotte whispered. I closed my eyes as I inhaled deeply. Me too. Nicole lovingly rubbed a finger down a book's spine.
I hope not. It's almost lunchtime,
Janice finally announced.
There's the Madison cafeteria on the 6th floor of the Madison building. If you're so inclined, let's meet back in the rare books room in the Jefferson building at 1 o'clock sharp.
She turned on her heel with Doug following after her like a hyper puppy. Nicole's shoulders slumped.
I forgot about lunch.
I sort of did too. I hadn't even thought about it in the first place. By the time I made it to the cloakroom for my purse, then back to the Madison cafeteria, lunch would likely be half over.
Here, take this,
Charlotte said, reaching into her cleavage. She handed us a 20.
It will save you a trip to the cloakroom so you can beat the lunchtime rush. You can pay me back later. I'll go get my lunch from my locker, and maybe we can all eat outside together.
Are your boobs an ATM machine? I asked with a smile as I took the money. The diamond stud in her nose appeared dull next to the sparkle in her dark eyes. She leaned in close, a conspiratorial grin tilting her mouth.
Well, I did put some money into them.
Nicole gasped. A wannabe librarian with a boob job, I whispered in mock outrage. How unstereotypical of you. Charlotte laughed and skipped down the stairs.
Let's meet by the naked fountain out front.
While waiting in the lunch line on the 6th floor, a smile drifted across my mouth when I spied a bacon bookmark in a display next to the cash register. I could get it for Sam so he didn't have to use a phone bill. But would that send a wrong message? No, because it was just a bookmark. Nothing else. He didn't seem to have a real bookmark. So I would be doing him and the book a favor as the good, innocent librarian I so badly wanted to be. I slapped one on the checkout counter with every intent to pay Charlotte back. When Nicole and I were armed with lunch, we had to check ourselves through security again to leave the front of the building, but Nicole had no issues about it that time. Whether it was because she didn't have her bag or because we went out a door not guarded by William, I had no idea. The air sizzled with damp heat, but in the shade of the fountains in front of the Jefferson Building, it wasn't too bad. I sat on the corner ledge to the side of the statues so as not to look them in the eye, as taught by Doctor Who. Nicole and Charlotte sat on either side of me, chomping and chatting away.
Thanks again for lunch, Charlotte. I'll pay you back,
Nicole said. Charlotte finished chewing her apple and nodded.
For the 50th time, you're welcome.
So, I said and blotted my hands on a napkin. What made both of you apply for an internship here?
Feeling out the competition, are we?
Charlotte said, sliding me a grin. No, not really. Maybe. I'm just genuinely interested.
Honestly?
Charlotte said while she picked at the apple's stem.
I've had a change of heart since I applied for this internship. I'm going to open my own bookstore and call it Midnight Library. I'll serve coffee and have quirky furniture, and it will be open all night.
Nicole froze her drink's progress to her mouth.
For vampires.
Charlotte ticked her gaze to Nicole, and for one awful second, I thought she might laugh at her for saying such a thing. Fictional worlds and reality collided in my head all the time, too, but I seldom admitted that out loud. But to my delight, Charlotte grinned.
Damn right for vampires. Humans, werewolves, and unicorns, too. Don't get me wrong, there's nothing cooler than a library. The smell, the feel, the wealth of knowledge in these books, the way people automatically drop their voices. It's almost like church, like a holy place.
Nicole nodded.
Books don't judge either.
No, they don't, I agreed. I would totally go to Midnight Library. It sounds like fun.
It will be if I can figure how to get capital first. It turns out banks don't just give you money based on a good idea. So, how about you, Paige? Why are you here?
When I was 7, my parents brought me, and right when I walked in the door, I announced I wanted to live here. I pretty much lived at the public library anyway, but this... I waved my hand around. This is a library.
It is kind of spectacular, isn't it?
Nicole stared up at the naked statue of Neptune, whose arms seemed just as broad and muscular as William's. The rosy tint to her cheeks made me wonder if she was thinking the same thing.
And this fountain. These statues are so damn sexy, and it fits the place, you know? Librarians are some of the naughtiest individuals I know.
My gaze strayed to the naked sea nymph, her head thrown back with a look of complete ecstasy while she rode her horse. Was that how I would look if I rode Sam? With my thighs squeezed tight around his hips while I fucked him? A zip of hot electrical energy stormed to my center at the thought of him underneath me, gliding his hands all over my body and pumping deep inside me. I shook my head hard enough to rattle that thought back into the dark corners of my mind where it belonged. There would be no naked riding. Ever.
It's so freaking hot out here.
Charlotte jerked her chin toward the water.
Anyone want to get wet before we head back inside?
I swallowed. Pretty sure I was already soaked. Nicole shook her head while she folded her sandwich paper up into a perfect little square on her lap. No thanks, I said, and stood.
Paige?
I turned and squinted up at the tall figure who didn't quite block out the noontime sun. The figure shifted to the right, and the familiar face ran a chill through my blood. Gray eyes gave the appearance of kindness when he smiled. Silver dusted his dark sideburns, though the rest of him hadn't changed from 7 years ago. Old war wounds marked his strong chin and slashed downward underneath the top few undone buttons of his white dress shirt. It wasn't the scars that made me shudder in disgust. Rick, I said, and my voice sounded disconnected, as if this was someone else's bad dream, and I was just an observer.
That's Senator Rick to you,
he said, and flashed a grin that helped him win the office. And my trust when I was 15.
You haven't changed a bit.
Haven't I? Lunch began a steady climb up my throat, and I forced a swallow. I knew seeing him again was a definite possibility when I came to D.C. for the internship, but I refused to ignore my dream just because of a possibility. I knew Rick's true colors he kept hidden behind his political persona, and those same shades were a vivid reminder of my past. He had spun the color wheel too fast when I was too young, and the resulting streaks couldn't be erased. Like her number. Mom's email subject line invaded my head while I stared up at Rick, and I wondered if her looked like him. Charlotte rested a protective hand on my shoulder. The ends of her dark hair tickled my arm as she aimed her narrowed gaze at Rick.
Everything okay, Paige?
Nicole stood on my other side, a V etched between her brows, while her green eyes read my face.
Sure, everything's okay. We're old friends.
Is your name Paige?
Charlotte snapped. She didn't seem to notice or care how high up the political food chain he went, and I silently thanked her for having my back. Not too many people did. I attempted to empty my expression because I didn't want to have to explain myself to my new friends. They would likely never talk to me again if they knew the truth. Yeah, I said with an innocent shrug. Everything's fine. They nodded and slowly drifted off, though I could feel their doubt rippling up my spine to merge with my own. It was no coincidence that Rick showed up when he knew I would be here too. Did he come to check up on me? To see that our little secret was still lodged at the back of my throat behind the lump of revulsion?
You got the fruit basket I sent, okay?
Yes, I choked out.
It took hours trying to remember what you did and didn't like. 7 years is a long time, but you're still a fan of peaches, right?
I nodded, even though the thought of peaches rolled my stomach.
They had an enormous list of fruits I've never even heard of, but I read through each one just in case it rang any bells up here.
He tapped a finger to his graying temple with the same hand as his wedding ring. I had to wonder what he was getting at with all this. Did he want me to thank him for all his trouble? Assure him I never told anyone? Promise we could pick things up where we left off? Because I refused to do any of that. And he didn't deserve it anyway. The sun pounded down on top of me, rushing sweat down my sides, and melted some of the memories I'd fought so hard to keep stashed away. My summer crush on him, sneaking into my parents' spare bedroom where he slept, finding out later he was married. And then... I need to get back inside, I said in a rush and turned away from him and all that he represented.
It's convenient that you're staying with the Cleary brothers.
Something dark and dangerous in his tone stopped me cold. Convenient? He nodded and wielded his TV-ready smile at a couple passing by. When they were out of earshot, his gray gaze narrowed in on me, and all traces of faux friendliness vanished with his next words.
Max Cleary does not belong in the White House.
I could only stare at him because I had no clue what to say to that. This wasn't politics as usual if he was telling me this.
And you're going to help make sure he doesn't get there,
he said, and it sounded like a warning. I was shaking my head before he'd finished. I'm not.
Anything you can find that can be used against Max, I want it.
He was deranged. That was the only explanation. A long time ago, Dad told me Max, who was several years Rick's senior, had taken Rick under his wing and shown him how to be a successful senator. Now, he wanted to politically stab Max in the back? And me to find the knife? No, I said with hearty conviction, and I wished I'd had the nerve to tell him that a long time ago before we both got carried away.
I hear Janice could be hiring the best and brightest intern for a permanent position at the library.
His thin lips pushed together in a frown which mismatched the smug crinkle at the corners of his eyes.
It would be a shame if you didn't get it.
The air in my lungs heaved out as his meaning slammed into me. Was this some kind of veiled threat?
I'll keep in touch.
He turned, dismissing me, and strolled across the sidewalk toward the Capitol building. Back inside the LOC, I pulled the swinging door closed behind me, blocking him out, blocking everything out, while I willed the tears that threatened to spill to stay put. Once the door closed, I could continue living my dream, in peace, without Rick's obscure intimidation. Click. If only it were that simple.
Chapter 11. Sam. Hill hadn't texted since last night. It felt like I'd been walking on broken glass while I waited for him to summon me like some fucking genie in a bottle. Maybe I would get the day off. Maybe the $1.1 million debt had finally been paid. Rose could have her future back, and Dad and Riley didn't have to worry about their dick pics winding up on the internet. Maybe Hill had forgotten I existed. If all my maybes were zombies, I would be so screwed. I stared down at my phone in the kitchen, guzzling more beer, when the front door opened.
Air conditioning,
Paige said, strolling into the kitchen while simultaneously sucking the air from the room.
The best invention ever.
All the blood in my head ran south at the sight of her. Sweat drenched her face and plastered her flowery top to every dip and curve of her chest. She had a single button undone at the top, and slick, almost silvery skin shined underneath it. Better than gorgeous. She ignored me on her way to the freezer, and she stuck her whole head inside the open door. Rough day? I asked and took another swig of beer.
No,
she said into the freezer. In that single word, her voice sounded harder than I'd ever heard her, as if she was trying to convince herself more than me.
I met some interesting people and practiced surface cleaning on the pages of a book from the 1700s.
Cool. Her curvy ass strained against her black skirt as she stood on tiptoe to lean in farther. I gripped the edge of the island to root myself exactly where I stood. It was too easy to imagine sliding up behind her, easing her skirt up her thighs, biting off her panties, unless she wasn't wearing any. Sweet Jesus, did she ever go commando? I took another drink so I wouldn't groan my approval. She shut the freezer door and turned with a heavy sigh.
I've done it before, but today we learned how to do it the right way, without gloves.
Without gloves? I asked to keep my mind occupied with something other than her ass.
Well, with my hands it's okay to touch a book that old, but yours?
I glanced down at my scabbed knuckles and grease stains that matched the prints all over my Autotech shirt. Are you trying to tell me something?
Speaking of surface cleaning.
Now that the sweat had dried from her face, her full lips were locked in a frown, like something other than the heat was bothering her. What was she not telling me? Was she thinking about last night when she'd come at the thought of me? I can take a hint, I said and started for the hallway. I'll take a shower. She started after me.
Me too.
I turned. Is that an invitation? Her dark gaze slid down the buttons of my open shirt, then finally met my eyes for the first time since she got home, as if she'd been trying her hardest to avoid looking directly at me. Now, though, her eyes brightened and her full lips opened a fraction. Something raw and powerful passed between us. My dick throbbed at how close she stood, at how close she was to revealing everything she wanted. And I would give it to her the second those walls she'd built around herself fell. She blushed and shook her head. I took that as a not yet. Couldn't blame a guy for trying, though. The steps were wide enough for us to climb together, each swing of her right hip nudging mine. She glanced at me from underneath her long eyelashes and opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something. When she didn't, we separated, her to her bedroom and me to the hallway bathroom. But that turbocharge between us could combust the whole house. I could make her say yes, make her beg me to fuck her, but the timing had to be just right. She had to be sure she wanted me. Her shaking her head was a sure sign she still had doubts. I turned to see her with her forehead pressed against the bedroom door, maybe fighting the same urge as I did. But then she opened it and disappeared inside. Taking a deep breath, I cranked on the water for an ice-cold shower. An hour later, I found Paige kneeling on the countertop in the kitchen. Wet hair waved down the back of her gray tank top and teased the waistband of her shorts. Spices that had once been inside the cupboard in front of her lay scattered on top of the island. Armed with a sponge, she scoured the shelves clean.
Just leave me alone,
she mumbled. What did the cupboards do this time? I asked. She whipped around, and when she did, her knees, which had been balanced on the countertop, wobbled and tipped. Without thinking, I leaped forward and slipped my arms around her waist to steady her before she crashed to the floor. Her breath sighed past my ear. I closed my eyes at how good it felt to be so close to her. I lowered her to her feet and wedged her against the countertop with my hips, never intending to move again. The ends of her damp hair tickled my knuckles. Her spicy candy smell drew me closer until her big brown eyes were all I saw.
Are you all right?
I dropped my gaze to her mouth and the sexy way it moved. I should be asking you that. Were the cupboards trash-talking you? They can be really rude sometimes.
There were spicy spices,
she said, then swallowed. Well, we can't have that, can we? I smiled. Spicy spices. She shook her head, but before she could look away, I dug my fingers into the fabric of her shorts to hold her there, to keep her focus on me. I needed to take her, right fucking then. Living with her for 6 weeks without touching, tasting, having would drive me absolutely insane. No way could I hold back anymore. Not if she wanted me, too. My eyes locked on hers. I inched my hands down over her hips. Her mouth opened on a silent moan. Her pelvis rocked forward against mine. My dick strained against my zipper at her heat, at the dangerous need in her eyes. But before I could sink into her and recreate her fantasy with the real thing, she blinked all the desire away and glanced at the island. She placed her palms against my chest and pushed.
I bought you something.
She'd bought something for me. Always the unexpected with her.
It's there.
She pointed, and her voice held a little of that hard edge it had earlier.
Next to the salt.
Her gaze slid down my front as I backed away, probably noticing the very obvious erection bulging from my jeans. I grinned since there was no use in hiding it. All she had to do was ask. I would show her mine if she showed me hers. She searched the tile floor for something to look at besides me and pointed again. Among the spices, there was a strip of cardboard bacon with a circle meant for scratching. A scratch and sniff bacon bookmark. For me.
That's so you don't have to use your phone bill as a bookmark. You know, in case you pay it.
Why would I do that? She gazed at her bare feet with a kind of lost expression on her face.
People do crazy things sometimes.
True enough. I scratched and inhaled the smell of salty, soapy chemicals. It didn't matter that it didn't smell like bacon. At all. She'd bought it for me because I was getting to her, because she thought of me, and that made me smile. I could probably count the number of times girls had given me something other than sex on the scabbed fingers of my right hand. None of them. Nah. And that wasn't the first thing she had given me either. Before she'd moved, she'd given me a necklace. It was now in my jeans pocket. I'd put it there to show it to her. I wasn't a sentimental person or some shit like that, but I couldn't bring myself to throw it away. Or wear it either. It looked like an ugly, melted dream catcher. But still. Thanks, I said, and I meant it.
You're welcome. I guess we should get started on dinner. You hungry?
Always. She twisted her lips to the side, to hide a smile, or because I disgusted her, on her way to the refrigerator. Seriously, what was wrong with her today?
Will Riley be home for dinner?
Don't know. Didn't care. Hey, I started, fishing the necklace from my pocket. Remember this? She turned, and the first real smile I'd seen since that morning lit up her face.
You kept that?
Well, I cleared my throat. Yeah. She stepped closer to see it, and the light reflecting off the metal and glass shined across her cheek.
That was my one attempt at making jewelry. I had just read The Catcher in the Rye and was really into symbolism. And, wow, I don't remember it being that hideous. I can't believe you kept it.
Slowly, carefully, she set the necklace against her chest, and the shaky design that had bounced over her face vanished. So did the doubtful, hard expression she'd come home with. A need that was far from angelic flashed in her eyes. She slid her empty hand up to my chin as if to hold me in place. A jolt zipped down to my dick. I grabbed her wrist and squeezed while she searched my face. The muscles in her jaw worked as if she struggled against something screaming to be let out. I leaned down to kiss her, just for a second, to finally meet that naughty side of her. Her wild pulse leaped against my fingers as I tightened my grip on her wrist. My other hand went to her ass and hauled her against me as close as she could be. Her minty breath mingled with mine. Her chest rubbed against my skin every time we inhaled.
I'm not a good person.
She breathed against my neck. There she went again, surprising the hell out of me. Neither am I growled. An evil grin curled her full mouth, and our lips and tongues collided. Suddenly I was devouring her, twisting my hands through her damp hair, sliding them over her fiery skin. I had no control. Jesus. My head swam with a need so intense, I closed my eyes for a second to get control before I sank into her forever. A key rattled in the front door around the corner. Riley. Or Mom and Dad who still had keys. Oh, fuck. I leaped away from the island, pulling Paige up with me, but her legs went out from underneath her and she fell to the floor. The front door opened and a familiar voice asked,
Anyone home?
Chapter 12. Paige. A bright red need blazed through my body, blinding me, torturing me for more of Sam's skillful touch, until Riley's voice unlocked Sam's hand from between my legs. Sam, his face panicked, righted me on my feet, but my legs buckled underneath me. I dropped to the floor with all the grace of an elephant on ice skates. My mind reeled through a Sam-induced fiery haze, and, oh my God, I was half naked. Sam ushered me behind the cover of the island, scooping up my shorts as we went, while the front door closed. And my underwear? The black thong that read shh across the crotch that I'd been saving for the first day of my internship since undergrad, torn and ruined, and ripped from my body in a fit of passion. I couldn't get that tearing sound out of my head, which did nothing to help me find them. Where were they? I yanked on my shorts while Sam pulled up his zipper, and like some kind of comedy duo, we stood at the exact same time, just as Riley rounded the corner into the kitchen. Riley's face brightened when he saw me, and I hoped I appeared more put together than I felt, which was totally scattered. and more turned on than I'd ever been. He hadn't been here hardly at all for 3 days, so of all the times to finally come home, why now? But of course, thinking that surged a wave of guilt through me because this was his house, and he was letting me stay in it for free.
There you are.
Yep. My voice pitched higher with fake innocence. Here I am. He gestured at the spices scattered around the floor.
What happened here?
Earthquake, I mumbled, because my brain was done braining and I could still feel Sam's hands all over me. Sam leaned against the island top, one eyebrow cocked, the rest of his expression bored.
We were checking the labels, and would you believe these are actually spicy spices?
Despite seeing Rick again that afternoon, despite what had just happened between Sam and me, I bit back a laugh. Sam was making fun of me. This man who had sparked all sorts of unholy thoughts inside my head was making fun of me, and I wanted nothing more to give him a good tongue-lashing for it. Riley stared at his brother, a question in his eyes. Did he know he'd walked in on something? Because we weren't exactly earning any Best Acting awards tonight.
Why are you home, Sam Ram?
Sam crossed his arms, the corded muscles drawing tight, and glared bullets through Riley.
Not the same reason you are, I bet.
Wow. Whatever animosity existed between the brothers, it somehow made me feel as if they were always speaking code when I was around, as if they were purposefully hiding something from me. Something Rick might like to know about the Cleary family, but that I would never tell him. Riley flicked his gaze to me and relaxed his stony expression into a smile.
You hungry? I'm starving.
He sauntered to the refrigerator through the minefield of fallen spice bottles, and when he passed me, I searched once again for my thong. We were about to start making dinner, and then... Oh God, and then... I glanced at Sam for a little help and found him holding my thong in the palm of his hand. The intense heat from his gaze lit me up all over again, and I reached out for them more to touch him than anything else. A lascivious grin curled his mouth. He snatched his hand away, shook out the thong to display the shh, then stuffed it in his jeans pocket right next to the obvious swell there. Message received. But what would Riley do if he found out what his younger brother and I had just done? I didn't think he would be mad, but this Riley was different from the one I knew 7 years ago. His and Sam's relationship wasn't as secure as it once was, and I didn't want to be the cause of an all-out brother brawl. Riley closed the refrigerator door, then kicked spice bottles across the floor on his way toward me.
Tell you what, let's go out, just you and me, and you can tell me all about the first day of your internship.
I almost glanced at Sam to gauge his reaction, but that would be too telling. So would saying no. Sure, I said. Where? Sam strolled around the island toward the living room without a word. Had I hurt him by agreeing to go with Riley? I wasn't even sure why I said I would. God, Sam had royally fucked with my head with the same thoroughness he'd nearly fucked me.
You'll find out when we get there.
Riley ticked his gaze toward Sam's back.
You can fend for yourself, right, Sam Ram?
Without turning, Sam flipped his hand in a half-ass wave, then disappeared around the corner.
But wear that dress you wore the other night.
Riley said to me.
The hot one.
His voice sounded like a dare disguised as a purr, and I didn't like it or his order for the hot one. Was I a curried ham at the local meat market? The television in the living room blasted on at full volume to drown us out, I supposed. On my way down the hallway toward the stairs, I peeked in at Sam, who sat on the couch staring at the screen, his whole face void of feeling. I wished I could stay home with him instead. Later, Riley and I sat in a crowded restaurant at a corner table with a white linen tablecloth and a mini chandelier hanging over our heads. The cover of the menu called this place V, but the inside of the menu renamed it Overpriced. This wasn't my first choice of restaurant. If I'd had a choice, But as I listened to Riley drone on about the alcohol selection, I realized tonight was more about him than me. While I offered nods and meaningless words at the appropriate times, my thoughts strayed to Sam. No one had ever made me feel that way before, so consumed with passion and wanted at the same time. My body hummed at the craving in Sam's lips, his fiery touch, and the way his body felt flush with mine. It pooled a delicious heat into my lower belly and scorched my body with a fevered need. I squirmed in my seat, trying to focus on what Riley was saying, but the throbbing between my thighs wouldn't relent. A model waitress with perfect blonde hair bounced over to our table, a pen but no notepad in hand.
Sorry about the wait. Can I get you anything to drink?
I scanned the menu again, but all the words blurred into an orgy of naughty food items like jerk chicken, beef tips, and banana nut pound cake. I swallowed a frustrated laugh.
Your house wine for me and...
Riley gestured at me. What would have happened if Riley hadn't walked in on us? The possibilities burned me up from the inside out.
Are you okay, Paige?
Riley asked over the top of his menu.
You're all flushed.
Fine, I'm fine. I looked at the waitress. Do you have any water?
We might,
the waitress said, and I had no idea if she was joking or not. Granted, I'd asked a stupid question, so therefore it must deserve a stupid answer. She clicked her pen a number of times, sending in our drink order by Morse code, I supposed, then sashayed to the next table. A small smile played across Riley's mouth as he turned his head, faking a casual glance around the restaurant, but really checking out our model waitress's ass. Classy.
So, out with it,
Riley said, turning to me once again.
Tell me every detail about today. It must have been amazing to leave you so tongue-tied.
At the mention of tongues, I dug my fingernails into my thighs so the pain would keep me focused. It was amazing. The internship, I mean. Riley grinned.
I thought that was what we were talking about.
It is. We are, I said, then took a long, steadying breath. We took a tour of some of the areas not open to the public.
I'm envious.
You should be, and the United States government will be very unhappy if I tell you anything about those areas, so don't even ask.
Fair enough,
Riley said, laughing. The waitress came back with our drinks and took our food order. I ordered something that didn't have too many zeros behind it, though 5 seconds after she clicked her pen and glided away again. I couldn't remember what I'd just read from the menu. I had French fries and a turkey sandwich at the library cafe. See, I could remember that. And I met some really good, interesting, bookish-type people that I may have to throw down the stairs to get a Library of Congress job. Riley choked on his sip of wine and sputtered into his napkin.
What?
He asked when he'd collected himself. That was the part I didn't like. One of the parts I didn't like. The memories Rick stirred up, and his Dr. Jekyll/Mr. Hyde act, had diminished my excitement considerably. The whole thing made me feel sick to my stomach, but a small part of that uncomfortable conversation had awakened the information-finding beast lurking in all librarians. What had Max Cleary done that would make Rick not want Max elected? And why would he think the Cleary brothers had some kind of evidence Rick could use against Max? Since I was the poster child for secrets, I understood better than anyone the need to keep them. But since I very nearly slept with one of the Cleary brothers, it would be wise to know what I was getting into for once, especially if that secret was large enough to undo a man's bid for presidency. Rick could threaten me all he wanted, but it didn't mean I had to give up the goods. I had more leverage than he did anyway, since he was completely in the dark about her. Just the threat of a paternity test would shut him right the fuck up, but I hoped it didn't come to that. Otherwise, I would have to unravel the ball of shame I carried with me and admit all my failures to the one person to whom it mattered most. Her.
What about the part you didn't like about your internship?
Right. Yes, I said, and sipped at my ice water. There's only one position available, and I feel like I've just stepped into the librarian battle of death arena. Most of the interns already have their library science degrees, and I still have a semester of graduate school to go.
It's the first day, though. Who knows what could happen in the next 6 weeks?
You know I don't have a competitive bone in my body. Remember PE? 8th grade year? The class had made the volleyball game into a contest to see who could missile the ball over the net the fastest. I lost. So did my nose. Riley sat back in his seat.
This isn't a game. You want this.
I wanted a lot of things, one of which involved a certain man's hands performing magic between my legs again. My glass of ice water clinked as I tossed back half of it. It cooled my body enough to concentrate on the man who sat across from me. The man I should be glad to see after all these years, but didn't seem as happy to see me. I guess we'll just see what happens, I said.
That's all anyone can do, so tell me about Wichita. Is there anyone special there?
As in a boyfriend? No.
Previous boyfriends.
I turned my glass around in a tight circle to watch the moisture bleed into the tablecloth. Sure. That was my standard answer. But the truth was, after my horrific year at a brand new school when I was labeled a slut for being pregnant at such a young age, guys avoided me with the same vigor as if they'd heard my vagina had teeth. After a whole year of brutal slut-shaming, I quit school, adding to my parents' hatred of me, and enrolled myself in online classes where I didn't have to leave the safety of my bedroom. I pushed myself to graduate in 3 years, then earned a full-ride scholarship to the University of Kansas, where I rejoined society as a history/English literature student. No boyfriends those 4 years or the 1 year of graduate school, unless you counted group dates, which I didn't. Not since Rick, when I was 15, and he was married. I didn't want to count him either. I cleared my throat and my head of all those memories. How about you? Are you seeing anyone?
Nah.
His gaze slid down my neck and snagged on my chest over the rim of his wine glass.
The dating scene in D.C. has been kind of lackluster.
So my chest must be gleaming. I shifted in an attempt to block some of my boobs' radiance. What about our waitress? She's pretty, and she brought me water when I didn't know if any could be found. I searched the restaurant for my brand new hero and found her by the bar in the corner. She was holding her pen in a stabby way and clicking the poor thing to death. Seriously? You have my approval. Riley shook his head, an amused gleam in his eyes. Blue, like his brother's, but not as bright.
You haven't changed a bit.
I shrugged, not wanting to get into all the ways I had and hadn't changed. So, I began while toying with the corner of my napkin and pretending nonchalance. Do you remember Rick Chambers?
Sure.
Do he and your dad still run in the same political circles? Riley took a long draw of his wine.
Not really. Rick switched parties a few years ago. Why?
More water, ma'am.
I looked up into the cherubic face of a water boy carrying a pitcher with lemon slices floating at the top. Please, I said, and pushed my glass toward him. But he started pouring before the glass had stilled, and water slopped all over my hand.
Jesus, kid.
Riley slammed his wine down and threw his napkin at me.
Watch what you're doing.
It's okay, I assured the boy, then turned a sharp gaze on Riley. It's just water.
Sorry.
The boy's cheeks erupted in a blush, and he carried his pitcher stiffly away. Riley, I scolded while I dabbed at my hands. What the hell? It was an accident. He stretched his arm across the back of the booth like he hadn't even heard me, but his jaw pulsed like he was actually angry. About water. This man sitting across from me was not the boy I grew up with. Had politics warped his mind into thinking he was better than everyone else and could therefore treat everyone he thought was beneath him like dirt? He used to be so compassionate. When we passed homeless people on the street, he was always the first to start digging through his pockets. He used to volunteer at a reading center for kids with me. If it wasn't politics that had changed him, something else had. But this new, short-tempered Riley definitely wasn't my favorite thing about being back in D.C.
I'm just tired, that's all.
He said and rubbed the bridge of his nose.
He wasn't even looking at where...
Drop it, I warned, my voice low. Was this what it was like to reprimand a petulant child? Honestly, what was his problem? His cell rang, and he nearly dropped it in his empty wine glass in his haste to answer it.
Steve, my boy.
The house wine had stained his lips crimson, which was why I only drank red alone at home and with a pan of brownies. Every time he grinned, it reminded me of Dracula, and I had to look away. With him distracted, I fished my phone out from my purse and did a few quick keyword searches for Max Cleary and Rick Chambers together. Several photos showed the two men smiling, shaking hands, or posing with the current president. One article from 3 years ago detailed a veterans' benefits bill they were collaboratively sponsoring. Rick, who was probably in his early 30s by now, had returned from a tour in Baghdad a few months before I met him. A blizzard of shrapnel from a homemade bomb had nearly taken off his arm, but Max Cleary quickly took him under his wing when Rick returned to the States. When he wasn't paving his way to Capitol Hill at the Clearys, Rick visited my house. Always eager to please, he did odd jobs to help get us ready for our move to Wichita. But both he and Max were thought of as war heroes. They weren't involved in any scandals, at least outed ones. But a year ago, Rick became the 25th senator and the second from Pennsylvania to switch parties since 1890. His explanation was that his beliefs were no longer aligned with the other parties. Was that why Rick didn't want Max to be president? Because they were now on opposite sides of the political spectrum? Nothing else seemed out of the ordinary. Nothing that would inspire Rick to turn against his old friend Max, at least according to the first page of Google results. Maybe it wasn't political, and if it wasn't, then it had to be personal. Something to do with Riley and his younger brother who had earlier fueled me up to maximum power. But what? Our waitress paraded a tray of food in our direction and then set one plate in front of me.
You had the nut-kissed meatballs and linguine, right?
Chapter 13. Sam. Ever since Paige and Riley arrived home from their dinner together, Paige had barely said a word to anyone. She sat ramrod straight on the edge of the couch next to Riley while images from the news show flashed across her eyes. Where did she go inside that pretty head of hers? Probably to earlier, when she lay spread out on the island in the kitchen like a feast sent from heaven. If I could crawl inside her head and join her, I would. I could see the tension coiled tight inside her in her balled-up fists, the way her lips parted so she could saw her teeth across them, her chest pushing against her black dress, the hot one according to my dick-knuckle brother, and her heavy breaths. Yeah, pretty sure I made an impression. I grinned into the pages of my book that I hadn't read a single word from since they'd left. Her smooth skin, delicious curves, the way she threw her head back when I ripped off her thong had consumed my head. The musky, sweet smell of her was still on my fingers, which rushed lust-filled thoughts from my brain down south into a constant, painful reminder of her. And what she'd said before, all that about not being a good person. I didn't know where that came from, but I wanted to know more. I wanted her to prove to me she wasn't a good person, naked, doing very, very bad things. When the sports part of the nightly news started, Paige stood and stretched up on her silver-painted toes. Her calves flexed. I tried not to stare, but did a damn poor job of it.
Well, it's been fun, everyone, but I need to get to sleep,
she announced. Her usually sexy, relaxed voice sounded strained, even with the glass of white wine she'd downed right when they got home.
Yeah, me too. Long day tomorrow.
Riley turned off the television and chucked the remote toward the far side of the living room at my head. I easily dodged it. It smashed into one of his baseball trophies on the bookshelf behind my armchair. Paige frowned at Riley and shook her head as she went to the kitchen with her empty wine glass. "Nice one," I said to Riley and smiled. "No wonder you didn't make it to the big leagues." He stood, glaring like he always did, and swayed on his feet. Jesus, was he drunk?
Watch it, Sam Ram. At least I didn't go to jail for assault and battery.
The smile fell from my face as I gripped the arms of the chair to keep myself from swinging at him. Paige walked back into the living room. Without a glance at either of us, she went upstairs. Had she heard the jackass's slip? "How about you don't mention that again?" I warned through gritted teeth. Riley leaned down toward me, his beer breath strong enough to gross even me out.
Afraid Paige will find out, are we? I saw you looking at her.
His gaze was dark, lethal. I pushed my fury to the side long enough to laugh in his face. What was he trying to do? Intimidate me? "I look at a lot of people. Doesn't mean anything." I pushed him in the chest. Hard. He stumbled backward, the stupid drunk. He almost didn't catch himself in time before he took a dive into the corner of the coffee table. 4 empty bottles of beer tipped over when he bumped into it. I'd been so focused on Paige I hadn't even noticed he drank that much. "A word of advice, though? Why don't you lay off the beer? Nobody likes the drunk at the party." I stood and patted his cheek to help him sober up, also because he hated it. "Actually, nobody likes you at the party."
If you touch her, I'll tell her everything about you. About how Hill cleared your name for the assault. About dealing drugs for him. Everything.
"And the pictures with the prostitute and your dick in her hands?" I leveled him with a warning look, since he should know better. "Are you going to tell her about that too?" The fucker always liked to spin things away from him and any responsibility he had in the whole Hill situation. He was the one who left the fucking laptop with all his shit on it right out in the open before he'd wiped the incriminating pictures off of it. A real genius political consultant at work, ladies and gentlemen. The police found the pictures the night I went to jail, and Hill had said he would make those disappear too. He must really have his hands deep inside the pockets of the DCPD, but instead of making them vanish, he used the pictures as blackmail against our family if we didn't pay Rose's debt off. He hadn't exactly given us much of a choice. "Do it then. Tell her," I continued. "I'm sure she'd be very interested to hear all of it." He nodded, slow and deliberate, as if he'd just cracked a riddle.
That's why you're around all the time, isn't it? Is she already fucking you like the whores you're used to?
My fingers dug into my palms with the rage that sped through my veins. Oh, that fucking fuck didn't just say that. He'd just downgraded his childhood friend to skank. But Paige was the furthest thing from a whore. He had to know that already, which meant he was just trying to get a reaction out of me. Testing me. I stepped back. There's no fucking of any kind. She's not my type. She doesn't do anything for me. I'm here because I live here. End of story.
That better be the end of the story.
I shook my head at the ceiling because that comeback was going in the record books under most pathetic. "Go to bed."
Drop dead.
He mumbled, then dragged himself up the stairs. A few minutes later, I followed. Knowing him, he'd pass out the second he hit his bed. I stared at my bedroom door, listening for some kind of noise from Paige's room across the hall. All I heard was the faint sound of water running in her bathroom. I slipped into my room and sat on the bed with my head buried in my hands. The thought of her rolling her hips into the palm of my hand flashed behind my eyelids on repeat. She'd addicted me to her body in less than a second. I hadn't even seen all of it yet, hadn't explored it in all the ways it begged to be explored. My dick hardened into an intense ache that refused to be ignored. I wanted her with a fierce need. What had happened earlier had fed that craving and turned it into an obsession. Functioning, hell, walking, was out of the question until I felt her flesh slide against mine again. A shadow darkened the space between the closed door and the carpet. Someone stood right outside. My heart pounding, I shifted my legs off the bed, slowly so I wouldn't squeak the mattress, and opened the door a crack. The bedside lamp cast a faint glow into the dark hallway and shimmered inside a pair of big brown eyes. Judging from her heated gaze sliding over my naked chest, I doubted she'd been in the hallway studying the paint job. "Hi," I said, voice husky.
"Hi,"
she whispered. Her gaze dropped to the floor before it slowly skimmed all the way up again.
"About what happened earlier."
I stepped closer and angled away from the light behind me so it shone on her. Seeing her like this, her attention focused only on me, unhinged my reality for a second, as if it was one of my many dreams about her. Just to be sure, I brushed my fingers along the crease at her elbow. When she shivered, I decided I liked reality a whole lot better. "You mean your thong? I'm holding it for ransom." She glanced at Riley's door and licked her lips, which sent a jolt to my dick. If she wanted to continue where we left off pre-cock block, I was all in. Blood roared between my ears. Her skin heated underneath my fingers. I stroked my hand up over her shoulder, enjoying the sigh that came from her lips, and brushed my fingers to the back of her neck. She stared up at me with a blazing need that made me bite back a groan.
"Sam,"
she whispered. The plea in her voice fisted both my hands through the hair at the nape of her neck. I couldn't stop myself even if I wanted to. I pushed her into the wall beside her open door, our lips not quite touching, not giving a flying fuck that Riley could stroll out of his bedroom at any time to catch us. She wanted me. There was no way I could refuse. My dick throbbed against her, and I fought the urge to ground myself into her. I angled her head into the light from my bedroom to see that look of pure need again, and smiled at her gasp.
"Please."
She breathed across my mouth. I teased my tongue along her lower lip while her hands roamed over my bare back, pulling me closer.
Night, Sam. Chapter 14. Paige. Rule number 1 when living with a panty annihilator like Sam Cleary: Google them before allowing them between your legs. Several articles portrayed him as a rebel, even in prep school where he wore his sandy brown hair only slightly shorter than it was now. In a YouTube video, when he was asked what his future plans were after high school graduation, he stated,
"Get out of this fucking suit and tie."
That one made me smile, but a DC gossip blog slid it off my face completely. It showed slightly blurred pictures of Sam entering a bar called the Underground Hill with a gorgeous blonde and leaving an hour later with a brunette. The timestamps on the photos showed the same night, but this really shouldn't have surprised me. The man certainly knew his way around the female anatomy well enough to give me the best orgasm of my entire life. Never mind the boss. I didn't want to think about how many women he'd practiced on or what it meant that I loved every second of it. I especially didn't want to think of other things I would like to let him do to me, because I didn't want to be that kind of girl. Not anymore. I had overheard Dad call me wicked when he and Mom learned I was pregnant, and it had taken years of therapy with Dr. Morrison for me to believe I wasn't. Still, my past relationship with Rick and the resulting consequences of that should have been a powerful reminder to tread cautiously. Besides, Sam wasn't part of my lifelong plan. But those lips, that devilish tongue, how he was so turned on by what he was doing to me, he needed to touch himself. No, he was too dangerous, made me feel too much, as if I were some life-sustaining thing to be worshipped, wanted, needed, craved. I didn't deserve any of that. To remind myself of this last night, I should have opened Mom's email with the subject line her number instead of waiting outside his bedroom door. Her number should be made into a warning label I could slap on any available body part when I lost sight of the safe path I needed to take. That, or warning, pregnancy can and does occur after unprotected sex. Warning, hot man ahead, proceed with caution. Warning, you are what you eat, so cannibalism totally makes sense. If only that last warning label really would summarize that email, then life would be so much simpler. After I readied myself for day 2 of my internship, I traipsed downstairs with an easy smile I hoped looked perfectly relaxed. Inside, however, my blood sizzled at the idea of seeing Sam again. Rounding the corner into the kitchen, I willed that feeling to disappear. And when it didn't at the sight of him, I tried to breathe through it, and failed miserably. He stood at the island, half naked like always, hunched over a cup of coffee. His brown hair curtained his vivid blue eyes, and some of it stuck to the rough stubble along his jaw. The same stubble that had scraped my inner thighs in such a delicious way. As if sensing the direction of my thoughts, his tongue skimmed his bottom lip, and his mouth tipped up in a devious grin. Bastard.
Morning.
I forced my gaze away from him to Riley, who was pouring himself a cup of coffee. He was the picture of professionalism dressed in slacks, a crisp button-up shirt, and a striped blue tie. He was supposed to be the safe brother, the one my parents had planned a lifetime of neat and tidy with before they whisked me away to Wichita for Dad's new job. When I had the baby 9 months later, I was too tainted for anyone's son after that. "Good morning," I said, more to Riley than Sam.
Sleep well?
Riley blew into his cup and strode to the island. Bags shadowed the skin underneath Riley's bloodshot eyes, but his fingers marched a sporadic rhythm on the island, and his gaze flicked all over the newspaper spread in front of him as if he wasn't really reading it. It made me wonder how many buckets of coffee he'd already guzzled to fight off his hangover. Between the 2 glasses of wine he'd had at dinner and the countless beers when we got home, I imagined he wasn't feeling 100% today. I wished I could blame his level of alcohol consumption on his poor behavior in the restaurant, but my gut told me that had little to do with wine and a lot to do with growing up. He just wasn't the same person I knew as a kid. If he heard us last night, he didn't give any indication. I nodded. Pretty well.
You didn't stay up too late reading your book porn, did you?
Okay. The use of that tired phrase was getting really old. No book porn last night, I said, trying to make my voice light. Sam sat up and looked at me with a trace of a smirk tilting those lips.
So just regular porn then?
I strode to the cabinet for a cup to hide the blaze that flamed the tips of my ears.
Watch it, Sam Ram.
Riley warned. Nope, just a regular quiet night with a regular quiet book. Quiet because we'd had to be, and the thrill at what we did with Riley in the very next room made it all the more exciting. So, not regular at all. My hands shook as I poured the coffee. It didn't matter how thrilling it was, or how he made me feel, or the things he could do with his hands and tongue. There was no room in my life for Sam Cleary. Period. As if to prove it to myself, I whirled around and slammed into a wall made of muscle and tanned skin. Coffee sloshed out of my mug and splashed dangerously close to a pair of bare feet attached to a half-naked man. Sam stood in front of me, a breath away, gazing down with his signature grin, seemingly unaware how close I'd come to scorching a few of his toes. "Sorry," I breathed. His nearness spun the room, which was now empty except for the 2 of us. Where had Riley gone?
He went upstairs. He doesn't know,
Sam said, as if reading my thoughts. His gaze slowly tracked down my body, shooting electrical surges to my lower belly. My breathing staggered, my nipples hardened, and my whole body turned traitor in the length of time it took for his eyes to return to my face.
Can I get some of that?
What? Was he asking for sex? Because despite the occasional rational thought I had about him, I wasn't so sure I could keep my treacherous body from leaping on him. Not after last night. But God damn it, I had to.
Coffee?
He tipped his head, a mischievous glint in his eyes.
What did you think I was talking about?
Coffee, of course. I cleared my throat and looked at the spilled mess on the linoleum. I'd never been a believable liar, but I was pretty certain Sam would know what I'd been thinking even if I was. He was toying with me, making me squirm, often in all the right places. I slid past him to the island, trying not to enjoy the thrill that sparked through my arm when I grazed his side. The weight of his gaze followed me, and I concentrated on putting one sensible shoe in front of the other without an extra swing to my hips, on bending over the island for the creamer without arching my back and pushing my ass out, on being an ordinary, sinless librarian. "We're almost out of creamer," I said, because that was the kind of thing a boring, ordinary librarian would say. I turned around and shook the contents of the nearly empty creamer container as if to prove my point, but stopped when I met Sam's eyes. They were lit with a heated desire that evaporated any resolve I thought I had. He prowled toward me, stalking me like some kind of starving animal, and, completely mesmerized, I let him. He cornered me against the island's edge and posted his hands on either side to lock me inside his warm, velvety cage. He leaned down, his wild, longish hair feathering my skin, his breath sliding against my cheek to my ear.
"You have no fucking idea how good you taste, Paige. I can't get last night out of my head."
I let out a long exhale as his words turned into an intense tingle between my thighs. I couldn't get it out of my head either, no matter how much I wanted to. Despite his skin's warmth, I shivered. Sam. Whatever was happening, it couldn't. Whatever I'd done to rekindle the memory of last night, I hadn't meant to. But a part of me, a tiny, microscopic part, wanted to know what he would do if I kissed him. Right now. Tear my clothes off and ravage me right here in the kitchen? Yes, please. No. I took birth control religiously, so the risk of another pregnancy wasn't my concern. It was him. He was my main concern, the one I had the least control over, the one who could destroy my trust and fortify the shame-filled walls I'd built around my heart. Like Rick, maybe Sam wasn't the person he appeared to be. At least Sam didn't have a telltale white band around his finger where his wedding ring should have been. But still, Rick seemed to believe the Cleary brothers were hiding something powerful enough to destroy their dad's political career, and that should have been enough to give me pause if the rest of it wasn't. I couldn't afford to be carefree, like the stranger who looked exactly like me and who blatantly flirted with Sam at the public library, who'd waited outside his bedroom door last night. She wasn't me. She hadn't thrown herself into a forbidden romance with a grown man when she was just 15. She hadn't lied to her parents about who the father of her unborn child was. She didn't try to explain how sorry she was to her baby that she would have to give it up for adoption. She didn't miss her daughter every single day, but was too ashamed, too cowardly, to do anything about it. I did. Sam dropped kisses down my neck, each slow drag of his lips building a steady throb between my legs. Every breath against my skin gave me a delightful shiver. One of his hands had worked its way to my ass to pull me closer. I made a frustrated growl at the back of my throat at the raging war between my body and mind. As he dipped lower to my collarbone, I tipped my head to grant him full exposure, reveling in the power of his touch, his soft lips, the hard planes of his muscular arms wrapped around me. My breaths came in short bursts, and soon I no longer needed his help to ground into him. It would be so easy to get lost in him and fuck him until I became that stranger, until I forgot all about that unopened email from Mom and forgot about Rick. To let my body make my decisions for me, like it was so obviously willing to detour from my overplanned path of being a perfectly square librarian. With Sam and his panty-destroying good looks and his devilish tongue, it would be so easy to do. But who the hell was I kidding? I'd spent the last 7 years swearing to myself I would never veer from the straight road again. Last night had been a mistake, plain and simple, and it couldn't happen again. I have to go. I shoved him away and stumbled toward my purse and the front door through a haze of desire strong enough to spin me back around if I let it. So, I couldn't let it. When I strode up the stairs to the employee entrance of the Library of Congress, my stomach rattled with the sounds of starvation. I'd fled the house before I'd had a chance to eat breakfast, the most important meal of the day. For someone who was supposed to be smart, my lack of intelligence was startling. Nicole already graced the top step, her enormous tie-dyed bag clutched tight at her side. Her red hair had been piled on top of her head in a high bun, revealing her long, graceful neck. A yellow cord wrapped around it and dipped into the front of her thin, butter-colored shirt. She smiled and waved.
A bunch of eager beavers, you and me.
So we are, I said, plopping down next to her. And I'm not even a morning person, but I skipped breakfast and I don't know if I'll make it until our break at 10. I don't suppose Mr. Hoffa has anything edible in there.
Mr. Hoffa?
She glanced at her bag.
Right, Jimmy. I'll ask him if he's willing to share.
I grinned while half of her crawled inside. I'll pay you back, I promise.
Okay, here's one he didn't pee on.
She handed me an oatmeal raisin granola bar that was squashed on one side. Not my favorite, but beggars couldn't be choosers, especially if it didn't have turtle pee on it. I scarfed it down while Nicole gave me sidelong glances that made me feel like I was eating a puppy. The girl was strangely possessive over everything she owned, which for some reason sparked a sense of protectiveness toward her. Charlotte and 3 other interns came trailing up the sidewalk toward us. She wore a different pair of black boots today with several buckles up to the knees, a simple black skirt, and a plaid cap-sleeved shirt. The ends of her glossy black hair had turned a bright shade of purple that matched the eyeliner curling toward her temples. Yesterday, Janice had pulled her to the side to privately discuss toning her wardrobe down to blend in, to not make a spectacle, to fit inside a box. This must be Charlotte doing the exact opposite. I envied her courage. Lunch is on me today, I said to reassure Nicole, then waved at Charlotte, and 10 o'clock snacks. Nicole finally looked away, the look of horror on her face fading, along with the oranges striping the sky.
We get paid our first check at the end of this week.
A paid internship, here of all places, was a really sweet deal, even if it was just a couple $100 a week. We should celebrate on Friday. Go out or something.
We most definitely should go out,
Charlotte said, her boots clunking up the steps toward us. Nicole traced a few of the numbers scrawled across her hand in the center of her palm with a gentle caress.
Maybe.
What she means is definitely,
Charlotte said, sliding in next to Nicole.
There's a great country bar I've been dying to check out.
I screwed up my face into what must have been a giant question mark. She didn't seem the type. As in country music?
As in cowboys,
Charlotte said with a wink. Nicole smoothed the handles of her bag with a sigh.
Does it bother you guys that we're being pitted against each other for a job?
Honestly, it takes some of the enjoyment out of it, I said. But this internship isn't exactly what I expected. It's only the second day and I shouldn't complain, but I thought we would be knee-deep in historical documents and books, not practicing the proper way to put on rubber gloves and hold a pair of tweezers for 3 hours. I already know that from graduate school. Charlotte held up her hands as if to ward off any judgment.
And I'm sorry, but Janice's mustache is ridiculously distracting.
Nicole laughed.
I've read that mustaches are one of the many things to look forward to the older we get.
Awesome, I said, wadding up the granola bar wrapper in my fist. I'm going to start carrying around razor blades, one in each hand, to shave everything in sight. I'll just explain to security that I have a deep-seated fear of anything hairy sprouting from my upper lip, and William will totally pass them through security. No problem. True, I did like the feel of the silky ends of my hair curled over my lip while I read, but a real one on my face? Nope, nope, and nope. At the mention of William, a flush scattered between Nicole's freckles. "That's why William was totally checking you out the other day," I said and grinned. "You stood out because you don't have a mustache."
Yet.
Nicole shook her head at the sky.
I don't have one yet, but it could be that the longer we intern here, the bushier our mustaches will eventually be.
Yep.
Charlotte hauled herself to her feet as other interns assembled on the stairs.
You're both as nuts as I am. Let's be friends.
I looped my arm through Nicole's, and with a shared smile, we pushed ourselves up for Day 2 of Battle Royale Library Edition. When Janice opened the staff entrance door for us, Rick slid past her to hold it open. Rick, here. Again. His mouth stretched in a wide grin that highlighted the scars on his chin, and heat color coordinated his gray eyes with his tie and pants. His dress shirt sleeves were rolled up to his forearms as if in preparation to don a pair of tweezers like the rest of us. But his presence tainted the magical building he stood in and instantly darkened the rest of my day. Why was he here? When his gaze met mine, I blanked my face even though my pulse roared in my ears.
"A word, Paige?"
he said as I filed past him inside. I couldn't contain my sigh, which caught Charlotte's eagle eyes in front of me.
Are you two old friends?
"We go way back,"
Rick said, as soon as the last intern shuffled inside. Charlotte tipped up her chin, as if deciding whether or not to believe him.
See you in the cloakroom, Paige.
"Yeah," I said, my voice tight. We were alone in the entryway, far enough away for anyone to hear the warning alarms blaring inside my skull. Why did he insist on ruining my internship when it had barely begun?
"Have you found anything?"
"I don't know what you want me to find," I hissed.
"I already told you. Anything incriminating against any of the Clearys."
He sauntered closer, and I backed against the wall.
"And just to make sure you actually look, I have pictures."
He said, voice low and full of malice.
"Of you."
I recoiled away from him as if he'd just slapped me. You were supposed to get rid of them," I croaked, and I hated how weak I sounded.
"Just one more picture, baby,"
he'd said all those years ago. "You'll burn them after?"
"Only if you keep your word."
"Okay," I'd said, unbuttoning my shorts. "I won't tell a soul." He smiled, and the arrogance inside it fisted my hands at my sides. He'd never mentioned he was married all those years ago. What could have possibly made me think he'd been telling the truth about disposing the pictures, too?
"I wonder what Janice would think of them."
He pulled a flash drive from his pants pocket.
"Do you want to see them?"
Rage funneled through my veins, hot and fast, burning the backs of my eyes. But I refused to cry in front of him. Why was he doing this to me? He leaned his head back as if to soak in the library's history. His eyes closed in peaceful enjoyment because he thought he'd won. Maybe he had, but I couldn't stand to hear another word pour out of his despicable face. "This is blackmail," I spat. He nodded.
"Welcome back to D.C.
Chapter 15. Sam. If Hill was going to keep sending me to the corner of 131st and Chestnut, maybe I should think about renting a cardboard box with the words "Drug Money Here" spray-painted in neon. Would the cops even notice? I'd been standing here for close to 40 minutes and hadn't seen a single cop car. Maybe they were at gender-neutral Alex's favorite donut shop standing in line for a pink tiara and sprinkles. I half expected to see Alex, but the only thing keeping me company was the flickering streetlight over my head and some guy down the street yelling for Reggie. Even the flies had buzzed off because of the recent rain. City lights reflected inside the puddles on the streets and sidewalks. Every time cars drove through them, the rippling effect hypnotized me into thinking about Paige. The way her stomach shuddered when I kissed my way down south, her sighs, her moans, the need in her eyes while I fucked her with my tongue. Just thinking about it made me hard. But she'd pulled away that morning and kept her distance the rest of the week, as if she felt guilty about it. What could she possibly feel guilty about, though? We were just two people who wanted to bang each other under the same roof as my dick-knuckle brother. Where was the harm in that? Okay, maybe it was more than just two people wanting to bang. Paige wasn't just a person, she was Paige fucking Sullivan. But I needed to focus on why I was here. If it wasn't for Hill, I could be home with her now, up against a wall while I made her come over and over again. Jesus H., focus. A thick, heavy brown paper bag was tucked to my side under my hooded sweatshirt and leather jacket. The money had been delivered maybe 15 minutes ago, not by a rich-looking woman, but by a gap-toothed, silver-haired man driving a Chevy pickup. Hill was never specific about who I was supposed to meet, but the people who showed up seemed to know who I was. Or what I was. Hill's peon drug money whore. My cell vibrated inside my pocket. I fished it out to see a text from Rose.
Samram?
I closed my eyes for a second, not quite sure I was ready to have this conversation, or any conversation with her, especially right then when I was in the middle of paying off her debt. But she was my sister. My little sister, whose picture at the top of the screen was her with duck lips and her forehead bunched up in a series of old lady lines for the camera. Seriously, what made girls think that stupid-ass pose would make a good picture? I smacked the end of the phone against the top of my head, then texted her back. Rose?
Are you dead?
A couple of cars drove past the guy shouting for Reggie toward my corner, but none of them slowed. The house where those two kids had escaped last time I was here was dark, so killer tricycles hopefully wouldn't be on the agenda tonight. For now, I was alive. Are you? I pressed send and instantly regretted it. One of the last times I'd seen her was when we'd delivered her to the drug rehab center. She'd been a hollowed-out copy of my baby sister with empty eyes and an even emptier soul. She just sat in the backseat of Dad's car, not humming a tuneless song like she always did, not smiling out the window and waving at strangers, just staring straight ahead. Gone. It was like an old science fiction movie where aliens invaded humans' bodies and walked around in what might as well be corpses. That person I'd seen hadn't been my sister. I never wanted to see that version again. It took a long time for her to reply back. I almost thought she'd run out of her 5 minutes a week rehab-restricted cell use. I'd probably pissed her off by just existing, which was something she often reminded me through silence. She would usually crack, though, because she wouldn't stay mad at me for long. Never could.
I just wondered why you haven't come to visit me.
No. I so wanted to rage call her and scream all the reasons into her fucking ear. Because I don't know who you are. Because you snorted so much heroin, you flatlined. Because I'm paying off your debt to Hill without you even knowing what's happening. I smashed the phone to my forehead and sawed my teeth together so I wouldn't toss the phone into traffic and shout my lungs out. Obviously, I couldn't tell her any of that because our family was built on an unstable foundation of lies. I didn't text her back, but she sent me one more.
Come soon, okay? Love you.
Love you. She had a funny way of showing it, but out of everything she'd ever said in all of her 17 years, I knew that was true. Just as I'd been glued to Riley as a kid, she'd been glued to me. She copied the speed I shoveled cereal into my mouth while watching Saturday morning cartoons. She ran around the entire house like a hysterical puppy looking for me with a flashlight to convince me to play hide and seek with her. She would do random attacks on my skin with an ink pen, then hand me a bar of soap and say, "I'm soap bar-ree," which translates to, "I'm so sorry." Pretty sure I bruised a rib laughing at that one. So yeah, that was what I grew up with. I could easily forgive her for walking on my heels and bothering me since that was written in her little sister guidebook, but the drugs and the intensity with which she threw her life away? No way. And forgiving myself for turning my back on her for the second it took for the drugs to wrap her up and make her theirs? Never. I deleted her texts so her stupid picture would disappear from the top and stuffed the phone into my pocket. The rain-soaked air tasted like battery acid. It burned all the way down. I stared off into the night, not really seeing the traffic or hearing the guy's continued quest to get Reggie's attention. all of it faded behind Rose and her wish to see me soon. A single click brought reality rushing back.
"Give it to me or I blow out your brain,"
a deep voice from behind me said. I froze. My throat clenched and unclenched with the thousands of thoughts sprinting through my head. I'd been so lost with Rose's texts, I hadn't even heard footsteps. A car passed. Through the darkened windows, the driver didn't even notice me or the man with a gun to my head. I could imagine him standing behind me, all casual so no one would detect him, as if he'd done this many times before. I cleared my throat. "Are you—"
"Don't talk, just move."
Cold metal pressed against the base of my skull. I braced myself for the sound of a gunshot, for the bullet to rip through skin and bone. Shit. I had to do it. He knew I had exactly what he wanted, had probably been watching me the whole time I'd been here. I wouldn't be able to work off a debt if I had another hole in my head. I had to give him the money. But hesitation shook through my hands. Based on the one time I'd done this before on the corner of 131st and Chestnut, it wasn't supposed to go down like this. At least, I didn't think so because this didn't feel right. At all. The money was supposed to go to someone who would drive up in a car. If I didn't have any money to hand them, then I would be screwed. And Hill would be the one doing the screwing. Did Hill send you?
"I don't know any Hills."
So this was just an old-fashioned mugging. Shit. Dude, I started, my mind spinning with a way out of this. I don't have anything you want. I'm just a bum on the street.
"A bum with a $200 leather jacket. I know what you have inside it. Give it to me."
Here. I lifted the collar as it to take the jacket off, my elbow digging into my side to keep Hill's package from dropping at my feet, in case my pouring sweat didn't permanently glue it to my side. Take the jacket.
"I don't want your motherfucking jacket. Give me the money or I'll splatter the street with your head."
I shut my eyes as the seconds ticked past, and instantly saw my brain as sidewalk art behind my eyelids if I didn't do something fast. Sweat rolled down my sides and drenched Hill's package. I couldn't give him the money, but I didn't feel like dying today either. I worked my hand under my sweatshirt and jacket. As soon as I did, the barrel of the gun pushed harder. A threat. If I tried anything, I was dead. I was unarmed, though, and that made everything so much fucking better. My fingers touched the bottom of the sweat-soaked bag. I eased it out, slow, controlled, unlike the rest of me. As soon as the paper crinkled out in the open, a gloved hand snatched the bag away, and the guy ran up Chestnut with probably about 300 grand. Every last bill of Hill's money. Fuck. I scrambled for my phone, but to do what? Call Hill? Explain the situation? Yeah, he was about as understanding as a skinned cat. I worked at Autotech for fuck's sake. I didn't have that kind of money. I could call Riley, beg him to skim money off the top of Dad's campaign funds. He'd probably do it, too. When he wasn't too busy being an asshat, he looked out for me in his own special, what's in it for me kind of way. But if Riley did get the money, by the time he delivered it, it would probably be too late. I could try to explain to the fine folks in the car who hadn't pulled up yet that I got mugged by some punk. But that scenario ended with the driver aiming the gun in his lap at me. Because they did have guns. I found that out last time. Another car sped down the street, splashing up puddles and kicking my heartbeat between my ears. Was that the car coming to collect what I didn't have? Black with silver trim, it reminded of the cars from the other night. I clicked the undone buttons on my jacket sleeves while I considered all my options. But really, I didn't have any. Hill would make me pay for this in more ways than one, and I had a feeling I wouldn't like any of them. Hill would probably make me pay in fingers and toes and teeth. My molars ached at the thought of being ripped from my head. The car slowed, whether for the red light or for me, I didn't know. I didn't wait around to find out. Like a pussy, I strode down Chestnut in the direction of my car, the same direction the punk had run. Maybe I would see him. If I did, I would use my wit and charm to get the money back because that had worked out so well for me with him before. Until then, I was thoroughly screwed with a capital fuck.
Chapter 16. Paige. Sam didn't charge at me like a wild animal since 2 weeks ago when I walked out of the kitchen on him. He was giving me space, which I appreciated, because I needed to work out in my mind this thing called blackmail. I had no idea what I was even looking for. Rick didn't appear to know either. Even if I did find something incriminating, I wasn't so sure handing it over to someone like Rick would be easy, even with the threat of the pictures of me. I'd grown up with the Clearys, and to stab them in the back like this wasn't something I could do without it weighing heavily on my conscience, dream library job or not. And then there was Sam. Sweet. Always half-naked Sam, who had seeped under my skin and sexified my whole damn world. The guy who made breakfast for me every morning, most of which was bacon-related, and probably had already taken 2 years off my lifespan. The guy who read my Lisa Montgomery books without reducing them to book porn. I didn't want to hurt him, and that wasn't just the lust talking either. He was a good person, and I enjoyed his company even when his head wasn't buried between my thighs, fucking me senseless with the skill of that tongue. Holy hell, that tongue. But he'd acted distant these last 2 weeks. Not toward me exactly, but like something was bothering him and he didn't want me to know. Every time he and Riley were in the same room together, they spoke in low voices until I came in, and they both snapped their mouths closed. Not before I heard the name Rose, though. The Cleary kid sister who always had a smile on her face as brilliant as her sunshine-colored pigtails, who often wanted to play yellow bird tag, and who was mysteriously absent from all conversations with me. Curious, yes, but hardly political career ending. On Friday afternoon, when I had just about completed my second full week of my internship, I checked my phone in the staff break room to discover a text from Sam. It was a picture of a house on tall stilts in the middle of the ocean, with the words, "Zombie Apocalypse Genius" across the top. He'd likely sent it to all his contacts, not just me. But a fuzzy ball of warmth still swelled inside my chest. Because I had a real, honest-to-goodness question to ask him, I texted him back. "Geniuses unite. Do you have cowboy boots?" I dropped my phone in my purse, but a soft, muffled ding indicated another text. According to the clock on the wall, I still had 4 minutes until I had to continue digitizing and translating a beautiful old Spanish photo album, so I checked my phone again.
Are these two thoughts related?
His text read. A ridiculous grin blossomed across my face. Ha! No. Going to a cowboy bar tonight with some interns.
Does size matter?
I frowned. Are we still talking about cowboy boots?
Yes.
And a second later.
Pervert.
I burst into laughter.
Charlotte said, shutting her locker. One side of her head had been freshly buzzed, while the other, longer side of her hair spiraled over one shoulder, the purple tips flirting with her sleeve tattoo. She arched her eyebrows quizzically.
Someone's making you blush more than Nicole does, and I didn't think that was possible.
Hey, I resemble that remark.
Nicole was darkening the numbered ink on the backs of her hands with a SpongeBob pen wrapped around her neck with a cord. The red tint to her cheeks hadn't faded any since an unfortunate conservation incident a few days ago involving too much bleach and a 19th century cartoon. I shrugged, trying and probably failing to be nonchalant about my own facial color. His name is Sam, and he's... I had no idea how to finish that thought, so I shook my head down at his next text.
I don't have any cowboy boots.
Me. Then why did you ask about size? Charlotte slammed her locker.
Sam, huh? Why don't you invite him along tonight?
I didn't really have a good reason not to. Maybe I will.
Well, come on.
She nodded toward the door.
We don't want Janice to give us her evil eye for being late now, do we?
I quickly stashed my phone in my locker, but glanced at Sam's last text.
You asked about boots, so I thought we were getting personal.
Getting personal with Sam. A rush of heat zipped to my center, and I bit my lip on a breathy chuckle. I was pretty sure we had ventured far past getting personal already. Sam didn't go with us. He wasn't home when I got there, so I texted him an invitation. His reply back disappointed me, even though it had no reason to.
Not my scene. Have fun.
So I was home with Riley, contemplating what to do with myself during the hour I had before I was to meet Nicole and Charlotte at the Cowboy Bar. Riley knocked back the rest of his beer in the kitchen while he tapped out a text on his phone, then laid it on the island.
You sure you don't want to come hang out with me on U Street?
If I didn't have other plans, I might have considered it. But I wasn't so sure I wanted to hang out with him again after the way he'd acted at the restaurant. I was seriously beginning to wonder if too many years in D.C. rotted people from the inside out. Riley, like Rick, wasn't who I thought he was. I wanted to give him a chance to prove me wrong, but not tonight. No offense, but you're the wrong chromosome, I said from my perch on the stool at the island. My fellow interns have insisted since we couldn't do this last weekend. Nicole had had some emergency with her turtle, Jimmy, and I was too afraid to ask about details.
Well?
He came closer, his beer breath leading the way, and patted my hip on his way past.
You know my number if you change your mind, sweetheart.
I stared at his back, my jaw in my lap, while an uneasy shiver raced across my shoulders. Sweetheart? Really? As far as I was concerned, that made me sound like more of a stranger to him than he was to me. Did he not remember the field trip to the National Air and Space Museum in 6th grade when the creeper who kept following us called me that, and I flipped out? Apparently not. As his footsteps tromped upstairs, I traced the marbled pattern on the granite while I cut my gaze from it to his phone and back again. He hadn't locked it, and the screen still glowed. Curiosity flashed my hand out. I hated what I was doing, what I was about to do, because I didn't want to be one of those people. But I guessed I was. Hide your phones, everyone. I zipped through his contacts until I found one for Rose, and it listed an address in Pasadena, Maryland, not far away at all. I could Google the address, maybe find something incriminating, not for Rick, but for myself, and then lie to him if I actually found some worthy information. Which I probably wouldn't since it was just an address. Or I could have sat there and continued to examine the granite countertop. My inquisitiveness was part of what led me toward a career in libraries. Of course, it was also part of what led to a pregnancy at 16. I shouldn't want to know what I might find, and yet I knew I wouldn't be able to just let all of this go without knowing something. Maybe I could help the Clearys if they needed it. And maybe there was a special place in hell for snoopers. I pushed to my feet and headed to the front door where I'd left my purse. A quick run-through on the internet probably wouldn't yield much. Might as well begin with that and suffer eternal damnation later. My fingers flew over the keypad, and soon several listings for a drug rehabilitation center scrolled down the page. Oh my God. Was that where Rose was? Free-spirited? Sweet Rose? No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't imagine her needing help for an addiction. But I supposed it would be difficult for anyone to come to terms with something like that, especially family. Poor Riley. Poor Sam. My mind whirring, I wandered back into the kitchen, and because the shower sounded upstairs, and because hell could make a nice vacation if I brought some flame-proof books, I searched through the rest of Riley's phone. There were about 3,000 photos of him posing with beautiful women and almost as many texts. Most of the texts listed specific sender names, but a few read, unknown or blocked. Interest piqued, I opened a random one. Abandoned warehouse, 4 miles east of city, 2 p.m. sharp. Bring shovel. Shiny, happy, legitimate things usually didn't go down at abandoned warehouses. I didn't need a Lisa Montgomery book to clue me into that. So what had Riley been doing at 1? Whatever it was, it felt shady to a dark degree. Later, Nicole, Charlotte, and I sat at a table near the wooden dance floor while twangy country music blasted through the speakers. The more white wine I tipped back, the faster the cowboy hats blurred and do-si-doed past. At first, the sawdust smell in the club had energized me, but the more people danced, the more the smell soured with body odor. The 3 of us didn't wear cowboy boots. In fact, we looked far removed from the red paisley bandanas hanging off chins, tight jeans, and belt buckles as big as my head. Charlotte wore silvery, futuristic makeup with a silver and black pinstriped dress she had poured herself into. The unshaved portion of her hair was arranged into tiny pinned coils all over the side of her head, giving her a sophisticated dominatrix-type look. Nicole wore the same gray skirt suit she had on at the library, complete with her giant tie-dyed parachute bag. Her SpongeBob pen peeked one giant eye between the buttons on her chest, as if reading the newly inked numbers all over her hands. I wore what I would wear to bed, shorts, and my reading is sexy t-shirt, with my hair pulled up in a ponytail and my black hipster glasses perched on my nose. Now all I needed was a book, someone to turn down the music, and maybe one of those old-fashioned lanterns dangling from the high-beamed ceiling so I could party like it was 1899. If Sam had come with us, I would have made more of an effort. Probably. It really bothered me that he hadn't come, but it wasn't like I owned him or anything. He had his own life, and major spoilers ahead, but I wasn't always a part of it. I numbed this feeling and all the rest with another glass of white wine.
Hey, whoa! Save some for the rest of us, Paige.
Charlotte shouted over the music and winked.
Okay, drinking game time. If you can't answer in less than 3 seconds, you have to take a drink. What or who were you just thinking about?
She pointed both index fingers across the table at Nicole.
Go.
Curtains,
Nicole said with a wistful smile. Charlotte held her double fingers on Nicole with a confused tilt to her mouth, then aimed them at me.
Sam,
she said at the same time I did. Damn it, you're good, I said, and slammed back more wine even though I'd answered in plenty of time. What about you? What were you thinking about? The first trace of worry I'd ever seen in Charlotte's dark eyes sobered me enough to sit up and take notice.
The most efficient way to chop off a leg.
What? I asked over a sudden outburst of yee-haws on the dance floor. She sloshed the remaining whiskey around in her glass.
My leg hurts is all.
Nicole leaned toward her, her SpongeBob necklace knocking into the fancy umbrella in her strawberry daiquiri.
Don't research what it could be on the internet, because it will tell you that you'll be dead by morning.
Charlotte squeezed her eyes shut for a second, then patted Nicole's hand with a grin.
Thanks for that. Next question. If your life were a book, what would it be? Nicole.
The Hunger Games?
I turned to stare at her. Really? How? Nicole shrugged her hair into her face and took a huge gulp of her drink.
Next.
Charlotte's double guns landed on me. Crap. I knew the true answer easily, but saying it out loud would surely earn me some strange looks. Charlotte swirled her hands through the air.
1, 2...
Lolita, I blurted.
Holy shit.
Charlotte sat back in her chair, her gaze steady.
You two went all in with 2 of the most banned books of all time. Nice lady balls, you two. Is it weird that I like you both even more now?
Yes. I nodded slowly, her words, the twangy music, all the alcohol flowing through me like syrup. It's a little weird, lady balls and all. She lifted her glass to me.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
Nicole linked her arm through mine, either a show of support or to get ready for another trip to the bathroom. I had no idea. But there wasn't any judgment coming from either of them. No slut-shaming, no tough questions. It made me feel more than a little euphoric, though it did make me wonder about Nicole. How could her life be anything like the Hunger Games? She licked the end of the umbrella in her drink and pointed it at Charlotte.
Your turn. What's your life's book?
Me? Without the lesbianism, I'm a Batgirl comic book baby.
We laughed while my phone vibrated in my pocket. It was a text from an unknown number, but I viewed it anyway. A picture of my face stared back, my dark hair splayed out over a pillow, my naked flesh captured from a lifetime ago. And behind the photo, a mahogany desk with the nameplate Janice McClure. I buried the phone screen against my thigh as a shiver of disgust raced down my back. Had she seen the pictures yet? Because if she had, my dreams of working at the Library of Congress were through.
You okay, Paige?
Nicole asked.
You look like you're about to be sick.
My phone buzzed again, and I jerked my head in a nod. Angling the screen away from her, I peered at the new text.
You've had plenty of time. She comes in on Saturdays. Give me something useful and this picture will vanish.
Chapter 17. Paige. I sent it. I sent the address for Rose's rehabilitation center to Rick. And afterward, I felt like a big fucking coward. It wasn't anyone's business where Rose was, especially his. Would it even be enough to make the nude picture of me disappear from Janice's desk? Soon my phone vibrated with another text from Rick. A picture of Janice's desk, emptied along with the words,
Good girl. Talk soon.
It didn't make me feel any better about myself, and it sure as fuck made me hate Rick even more. Good girl. That made me want to throat punch him, and I didn't have a violent bone in my body. Maybe the address was enough for now, but there were plenty of senators with family problems. I had a feeling he would be back for more fuel to add to the fire. To drown my self-loathing, I made sure we played about 1,000 more rounds of Charlotte's drinking game, while the back of my mind spun a wobbly circle around what to do next. I could call her number, beg her parents to have a paternity test performed, and then drag Rick's career down with mine. But that wouldn't solve anything. Not yet anyway. But I was too drunk for any more rational braining tonight. I came home feeling like my back teeth were floating and swayed up the steps through the quiet, dark house with a finger pressed to my lips as a reminder to not fall down and go boom. Riley's car was gone, but Sam's wasn't, so he was probably asleep. The thought of him sleeping magnetized me toward his closed door. What did he look like while he slept? What if he wasn't sleeping? We had the entire house to ourselves, to talk, to apologize for my text to Rick about Rose's whereabouts, through a closed door, like adults, while one of them was drunk off my ass. Yep, this plan had 0 holes in it. Oh, who was I kidding? My entire body buzzed with possibilities, which made it difficult to form a fist with a shaking hand. I rapped on the door softly. He was probably asleep. Maybe I should go back to my room and play with the boss. Maybe I should knock a little harder. Still no answer. I could talk to him tomorrow. That way, I wouldn't disturb him. I would just have to redirect the guilt I felt over becoming a traitorous spy, crumple it up into a more manageable size, and toss it on top of the mountainous pile of shame called the rest of my life. I'd learned to forget before. I could do it again. Yet standing outside his door in an otherwise empty house excited me so much, it nearly buckled my knees with want. The ache between my legs drew me even closer to his door. My face grew hotter as I lifted a hand to the doorknob. Just a peek, to see if he was okay. As I pushed inward, slivers of moonlight angled across my knuckles from the window. A man with a bow and arrow I recognized from Sam's zombie show squinted from a poster above the dresser in the corner, judging me, or maybe urging me on. Jeans and t-shirts lay in heaps all over the floor. A fan spun lazily overhead, pushing his leather and oak scent all around the room. He lay on his bed in the dark with only a thin sheet covering his lower half. His chest, carved with muscle and shadows, rose and fell in a steady rhythm. I stood there staring, my lips pushed together to hold back a moan. Even sleep looked good on him. I should have left instead of ogling him like some kind of voyeur, but he was too gorgeous to look away from. My fingers twitched to touch him, to slide my hands down that beautiful body, to taste him. His fingers skimmed slow and gentle toward my chin and turned me once again to face him.
How much did you have to drink tonight?
I shook my head, and the room tipped. My stomach bubbled with nausea. I couldn't even begin to count how many glasses of wine I'd had. Something so sad and haunted rolled across his face with a wince that it broke my heart all over again. He scrubbed a hand down his face, then searched the floor for a pair of boxers.
Come on,
he said, hauling me to my feet.
You need to sleep it off.
He ushered me in front of him toward my room, safely tucked away in his boxers. He turned the light on and folded back the blankets on my bed for me. Since I'd gone to the cowboy bar dressed for bed, I crawled in and burrowed under the covers as if to disappear. I didn't deserve his compassion, but it flooded me with a warmth more intense than alcohol and sex combined. When I was settled, he slid the glasses from my nose and set them on top of the nightstand. Then he brought me a trash can from the bathroom and said,
Sleep on your side.
I nodded and assumed the position, but a bounce on the bed clued me in that I wasn't alone. He was climbing under the covers with me. Under my wide-eyed stare, he paused.
I just want to make sure you don't die. Just sleeping, okay?
Yeah. His nearness and the sound of his voice sank my eyes closed with a shiver. He was such a good, sweet person, so unlike Rick in every way, and the more I got to know him, the clearer that became. I wasn't so sure I deserved someone like him, but if I let it, it could be too easy to let my heart get as carried away as my body and fall in love with him. What a terrifying, exhilarating experience that would be.